What's up, Darren? 1320. I'm doing fantastic as always. You know, just living life, trying to maintain the rustle and bustle. You know what I'm saying? Let me gosh, I can't get my camera lighting right. What are we talking about today? Angels, demons, aliens? Are they the same thing? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. You know, yes, in case you're... What's up, Rad Peanut? What's up, Peanut? How's everybody doing today? What's up, Bryson? So yes, I had to push the stream back a little bit later than I would have liked, but we're here. We're still gonna have the full time. You also got me for 4 hours, at least 4 hours. There's a lot to discuss today because I'm gonna try to present to you the theory that the Pentagon might believe that these non-humans, these aliens, whatever, that they think that they're demonic. They think they're actual demons. Why would the Pentagon think something so ridiculously outlandish? Why would they even consider the possibility of aliens, extraterrestrial life out there in the cosmos being demons? Well, before we even begin about talking about that, you gotta ask yourself another question. What is it really angels and demons that they're talking about, or did they just brand them angels and demons? That's a better question in my opinion. You know, the most important thing when you're approaching all of these different theoretical, you know, possibilities, these different theories, isn't to just say, oh, they're wrong. Why do they think that? Why do they believe what they believe? You have to ask yourself, if you really want to know, what's up, Garyoki? If you really want to know, you got to ask yourself why. Why does somebody believe what they believe? Otherwise, you're never going to find... Again, these are the kinds of things that I engage, even if I don't agree with them, because I need to understand why. What if they're right? They just branded them something that was familiar to them. What if aliens are demons and angels and gods and whatever? We talk about this a lot, but like, what if they are? That's just what they're branded by the people in that era, that age, that zeitgeist saw them as what they called angels, demons, gods, jinn, whatever. Does it make them wrong? The answer is absolutely not. As a matter of fact, they're describing what they saw as best as they can with the understanding that they have at the time. To ignore that, well, that would be a mistake, ladies and gentlemen. To dismiss that would be a mistake. Because you're dismissing a potential understanding about a phenomena that nobody truly understands. You're missing a piece to the puzzle by ignoring something because you just don't like it. And so I'm gonna expose you, all of you, to the possibilities of aliens being demons. What's up, everybody? My name is Dr. Door. Or you can call me by my government name, Marquise. Whatever you like. And today, that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about angels. We're going to talk about demons. We're going to talk about gods. I can't even access my Twitch chat. Again, so Twitch, I can see you right now, but as soon as I go into like looking at other things and doing other things, I can't see you. Okay, I can't see you at all. So I'm not going to be able to multitask like I want to. You know what I'm saying? Marky Mark. Yo, really? I should have never told y'all that. My mom used to call me Marky Mark. I should have never told you. Dag nabbit. Yeah, my Twitch is lagging, everybody. I can't even see. Like, I go into my live right now, and it's just loading. So let me see if I can message. Nope. This action could not be completed. Please try again later. I have no idea what is going on with my Twitch chat. I'm just gonna ignore it. We're just gonna go with it. All right. So let's find out why the Pentagon believes Why does the Pentagon believe that aliens are demons? Let's find out. Now I have a question for you all. This is the first video we're gonna watch. It's gonna be mostly watching it again. You know me. I'm gonna try my very best to just let the video play. I am gonna be gaming because there is a friend of mine who wants to. There's a big division thing going on right now. So for the sake of increasing my Twitch viewer and follower count, I'm gonna be doing the Division 2 gaming. So yeah, you're gonna have to eat that, y'all. So there is that. But in the meantime, we're gonna watch some YouTube videos. So hold on, let me pull this up. I'm gonna pull this up right now. 1 sec. And we're gonna get this party started. Well, I haven't seen this friend for like, I don't know, 8 years. More like 6 or 7 years. It's been so long. Friends, listen to me. I don't do much but this is my life. My friends are in ufology. That's who my friends are. You're my friends, okay? You're my friends. The internet, okay? That's what my friends list is. It's all the people in my chat. That's my friends list. You wanna know about real friends list? It's right there. I have a life. It's true. Believe it. Believe it. Believe it. Naruto. All right, so let's get this. Let me get this stuff launched up real quick before I play this video. Because for some reason, I'm having so many weird issues with. I really think that that solar storm affected so much more than what we thought it did, because there are issues that I've been having since the solar storm started, and with lagging on other software programs. My PC runs fine. It's the internet that's been giving me issues. The internet, the interwebs. So, when I talk, my chair vibrates. It's strange. It's very strange. Twitch, I don't know if anybody's talking. Let me see. Let me check Twitch real quick. Do you not keep in touch with any old army buddies? No. I haven't seen one. I have not talked to one person that I was stationed with. Not one person. I don't even know. I don't know where they are. I don't know the contact. I joined when I was 18. I was in the delayed entry program when I was 17. And then when I got out, I was 21 years old when I got out. I don't even know. Like, it literally was like, I became a man and then tried to figure out the world right afterwards. So I had no opportunity to really connect with anybody or have friends. I didn't have any opportunity for that. What is going on? I can't. Okay, there we go. All right, so I think we got it. So let's go ahead and get this video started. So yeah, Twitch chat, just bear with me because I'm gonna try to open you up. I'm gonna try to open your comms up on comms. Tag nabbit, look what you got me talking to military. I'm gonna try to open up the chat, and I had a lot of fun with it. I had so much fun when I was in the military. I got lucky. I didn't have to worry about combat or anything, but there was a lot of people that did not get lucky. There's one dude that I went to basic with, came back with one arm. He had one arm when he came back, and he was just as light as a feather. He didn't have a problem in the world, but at nighttime he was screaming. It was weird. It was really weird. This stuff is real, y'all. Like, if you know a vet, like, it's no joke. They really do have. I don't have. Again, I was never a combat veteran, but the guys that I know that were combat veterans, they really do have some serious traumas, man. They have some real PTSD. My PTSD isn't even from the military. Let's put it that way. All right, y'all, let's get started. So this is...
Strap yourself in.
So this is a guy. His name is Reverend Dr. Raymond Bausch. These names really get me. And let me tell you something. I'm not telling you to believe him, okay? Let me read the description here. So, A controversial figure in UFO and 14 research, okay? The Reverend Dr. Raymond W. Bausch does very few interviews, but everyone respects exploring the bizarre something radio host, Tim Beckley and Tim Swartz. Those are the two people that are going to be interviewing this dude. And so Bausch agreed to go before an open microphone. I wish I would have got him one. You know, I tried to reach out to him. UFO authority Nick Redfern got the ball rolling in his groundbreaking work, Final Events, in the secret government group on demonic UFOs and the afterlife. Guys, listen, I wish I could share about a week and a half of research. And I'm not talking about like a week and a half of like, I watched a video or two. I'm talking a week and a half of Twitter, articles, research, a book, an entire book on the topic. Like interviews after interview, podcasts. Like there's so many different things that I wish I could just impart on you all. But we only have 4 hours. So let's start with that. Let's watch this interview. Now, this is about the controversial group called the Collins Elite, which believes that UFOs are, in reality, piloted by deceptive demons and fallen angels. They are the minions of Satan, who are reaping and enslaving our very souls and paving the way for Armageddon and Judgment Day. Let's get started, y'all. This is going to be crazy. Bausch will soon put together a vast amount of material in his hands in a book called UFOs, Demons, and the Department of Defense. Let's find out why the DoD thinks that they're aliens. Check it out, y'all. Let's get this party started.
As we traverse the universe, exploring the unexplained, UFOs, ghosts, lost worlds, cryptozoology, as well as other dimensions. It's time to take back the night. Now, your electrifying hosts of Exploring the Bizarre, Timothy Beckley and Tim Swartz.
Whew. Now, this is a weird place. Would it kill someone to turn on the air conditioning? Is that some sort of ritual going on over there? Or are they bringing in a horned goat?
Shh. That's not a goat. That's the Lord of the Underground.
Oh, come on. You mean to tell me that's supposed to be Lucifer? I always thought that Satanism was just a fantasy that Anna LaVey had made up just to get people naked on his altar. Our show is supposed to be about UFOs and the paranormal, not Satanism.
Well, Tim, some people think Satan is behind the UFO phenomena. Remember, we did a book a couple of years back, Round Trip to Hell on a Flying Saucer.
Oh, Lord, let's just get us out of here.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning. This show is going to talk about some very dark themes. If it upsets you to hear about dark theme things like demons and stuff like that, if you are oversensitive about the idea that Satan's going to come and reap your soul, you might not want to watch this. So trigger warning for you all. I have to start doing that more often. And let's go.
Here, let's come on. Let's just buzz past Beelzebub there and get back to Vegas.
And also, again, if you have any animosity towards the Christian perspective, I don't remember them talking about Christianity here or not, but like, obviously, if you're talking about demons and Lucifer, people will automatically naturally draw the connection to Christianity. So that's also here, just again, trigger warning for those of you who have a sensitivity to those kinds of ideas. I understand and I respect that. Now, moving on.
A sinful place, but nothing like this. Our guest tonight might save us from evil.
Let's hope so. Well, Tim, we're back in a safe location, back in Sin City, I guess, right?
Well, at least there's air conditioning here.
And did you notice the sound of a train? I don't know whether that was the Luciferian Express or not. But I'm sitting here in the courtyard uh, of the Ramada Inn, and had a wonderful 2 day trip. We came here to see the meteorite shower. Unfortunately, we did not see one meteorite, and nor have I heard a train whistle before the start of the program. But it's a good way, certainly, to announce our show to our flock of followers. And speaking of flock, let us introduce our guest for this evening, who is a. There we go. Here
There
comes
it
the
is again.
caboose. It's a caboose.
You know it's going to be a good show when you have
Yeah.
a train whistle in the
Yeah.
background. And Tim, I just wanted to take just a
Yeah.
quick minute here to remind everybody that I'm going to be a guest speaker this Sunday or this Saturday at a Time Travel Con. Now, it's a time travel conference. It's because of the coronavirus. We're having to do it all online. But because of that, the ticket prices are great. All people just have to visit the website, timetravelcon.com, and get your ticket. They're going fast. I'm going to be the first speaker to start the program, so I hope to see all of our fans of Exploring the Bizarre there.
And what time are you going on?
Well, it'll be 11 o'clock Eastern. But 2 o'clock Pacific time.
And who else is on the program that we might know?
Oh well, our good friend Preston Dennett is going to be on.
That's really wonderful.
Yep,
Wonderful.
he's got a lecture about UFOs and time travel. One of our fellow KCOR host, Solaris Blue Raven, she's going to be on, and many more. It's an all-day event, and I guarantee that there'll be somebody. And when I say somebody, I mean me. That it's just going to be a fascinating show all around.
Well, I'm up in the Woodstock area here, and I could swear that this is a portal, a time dimension portal, because everybody seems to be walking around with tie-dye clothing. Now, I have a hunch that it has something to do with the fact that at the last minute, the 50th anniversary of Woodstock was canceled. So somebody probably got, like 50,000 garments that they're trying to unload. But indeed, this is where they all seem to be converging anyway. But enough of our idle chatter. We have a very interesting guest this evening, and so why don't you introduce him?
Oh, be my pleasure. Now, this will be the first time that our guest has been on Exploring the Bizarre, so I'd like to welcome Dr. Raymond Boucher. Of his writings, an anthology of the unexplained, the collected annals of the Journal of Fortean Research Center, Bloodless Cuts, the complete collected works of Thomas R. Adams, and A Time to Stand When Government Turns Its Back on God. Now, Dr. Boucher is well known as the primary investigators of the 1980 Bentwaters UFO incident, something you're familiar with, Tim, and he's also recognized for his extensive work in the areas of animal mutilations, out-of-place animal sightings, Bigfoot reports, the Men in Black phenomena, and occult religions and philosophies. So, Dr. Boucher, thank you very much for being with us tonight on Exploring the Bizarre.
Tim, it's very nice to be here. It's my pleasure.
Well, I'm curious, though. I think that most people would recognize Ray's name from a book that Nick Redfern wrote a number of years ago, in which it was revealed that inside the military circles, there was a group of individuals who believed that UFOs were real indeed, but that Satan or demonic demons were behind the phenomena, and they were afraid that if this information were released to the public, Lucifer himself might make more of an appearance here in this world of ours. And Ray, I think, was Ray. Why don't you tell us how exactly were you involved with that group, and how did you get to know these people, and who were they exactly?
Well, I can't really reveal who the two gentlemen who came to me
Hmm.
were or are, but I'll give you the story behind it.
Yes, please
Uh,
do. Yes.
I received a telephone call in November of '91, I believe, and it was from a gentleman who said he and a colleague were in the area, and they worked for the Department of Defense, and they wanted to get together and pick my brain about some things related to the unexplained. So we met, and it was a really intriguing conversation. We met at a hotel here in Lincoln, had lunch, and then retired to a corner of the lobby that was kind of out of the way, and had a long discussion on. Well, it wasn't much of a discussion. It was almost given like a lecture on what they were working on, and they went into great detail about the mechanisms that they thought were behind this, and that involves a lot of hypotheses and work by David Bohm and his um, whole concept of enfoldment and how things work there. We won't get into that unless you have specific questions.
Mm.
But they outlined a number of things that had taken place before related to the government's what we would call now either Project Stargate or MK Ultra projects. And they had continued on with this, and what they were researching was a way to contact and harness the force, the power behind a group of non-human entities, and that's how they referred to them, as NHEs, non-human entities. That they had hoped, their hope was that they were going to be able to weaponize some of the powers that these entities had displayed. Ultimately, what they wanted to do was
Now, what would have been some of those powers that they mentioned?
well, there were things like. Do you remember a few years ago the book that was made into a kind of an interesting movie called "The Men Who Stare at Goats"?
Oh yes, of course.
That figures into that, because one of the things they wanted to do was to be able to kill at a distance. And of course, since the government always likes to put a nice euphemism on everything that they're doing, that wasn't called.
Real quick, I want to highlight. Listen to what he just said. So real quick, I got to highlight this for everybody. So why would they believe this? Well, he's starting to paint a picture for you right here. There are some people within government, again, a small portion, just as many people as there are probably that understand the program in general, right? Maybe a little bit more or less, who understand that you can contact these entities and try to get information and knowledge about powers, abilities. For instance, remote viewing, psychic abilities, and the like, as well as technology, which they're going to talk about this as well, from these beings. Now you just wait until, like, this is crazy, this is wild.
Referred to as killing at a distance, it was called negative healing. So I got a kind of a chuckle out of that, although it was a pretty macabre thing to be doing. But they were hoping for, as you're going to be speaking on this weekend, time travel, interdimensional travel, being able to remote view very accurately, as in terms of project your mind into a remote location and literally read documents that were there, those sorts of things. And that's the kind of things that they were working on. Their concern came because they told me that they were both Christians, and they were concerned because of some of the ethical and moral implications of what they were doing, which included, if this was all true, if it was accurate, and I have no way to prove it, the information they showed me with several photographs, 4 individuals who had, or excuse me, three individuals, 4 photos of each, who had been intentionally killed or negatively healed in their experimentation. Extremely intriguing. They were convinced that from their experience, every type of contact that they had with these non-human entities resulted in a very negative experience for the researcher and anyone else who was involved with the experiment. They had become convinced that these were demonic entities. They mentioned, and I have not been able to find any corroborating evidence for this, but they had mentioned that there were even satanic rituals and human sacrifices that were involved with some of these things. So they wanted a theological take on it, and because of my background as a paranormal investigator and a pastor, go ahead.
Oh well, no. The only thing I would comment on is that there were a couple of cases. You know about the men in the masks in Brazil that were found deceased along the railroad tracks.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that kind of maybe fits in with the concept, but their bodies weren't mutilated or anything like that.
Yeah, it's there are a couple of things like that. The one sort of mystery human mutilation in Brazil, and then the 2 men with the lead masks.
Oh yes. And of course, people have disappeared. Hunrath and Wilkinson, and there have been people who mysteriously disappeared and all that have been kind of related to UFOs, researchers, and so forth.
You bet. Yeah, and it all figures in some way because of the scope of what they were doing, and so if they're trying to be able to perfect the ability to switch between dimensions, how many of the mysterious disappearances that happen could be related to that? It's an unanswerable question, but it's certainly food for thought.
Now, why did they pick you, though, in particular, to come to ask you these questions and to lecture you, as you say?
The impression that they gave me, and I think was accurate, was that again they wanted a solid theological take on this, and because of my theological training and my background as a paranormal investigator, they thought I would be in the perfect position to assess from both angles what they were saying. Now, I understand that rationale, but I had sort of the same question myself. I mean, why me? Why not pick a New York Times reporter? Why not pick the Times religion reporter? Go to them. I have no idea why, and they never offered anything other than that explanation that they thought I was the most appropriate one to come to.
Okay, now did you check their background at all to verify that who they claimed to be?
I did, and they were both who they claimed to be. They had the credentials they said they had, and they were employed by the Department of Defense. And once you're in the DoD, you can fulfill a number of roles and be working for other organizations and be seconded out to different groups. So I can't. Yeah, they would not give me a project name because they said that would be far too dangerous because it would identify them, and they didn't want to take a chance on that.
Do you really think there was a project?
I put it out there shortly after it happened, and I was able to make an initial assessment, and I gave a limited release of the information to the research community and wanted to get some input. I said, here's the story. I don't know if it's true. What do you think? It was many years later, I believe in 2007, that Nick Redfern got a hold of me, and he was interested in the story. So I gave him all of the background that I had, and he began to chase it down. And Nick was able to uncover the name of a group, not the, as far as I know, not the men that I met with, but a group within the government called the Collins Elite, who were a group of very fundamentalist Christians who looked at this entire field as being demonic and evil, and were trying to figure out how to deal with it. They had a very much of an end times sort of mindset from what Nick was able to discover, and we're looking at this as the precursor to the rise of the Antichrist and the second coming of Jesus.
Well, now who? Okay, it's the Collins Elite. Who is Collins?
I have no idea. That's the name that they provided Nick, and who Collins is. I don't know, and why they're elite, I'm not sure of that either.
Yeah. Okay. So, how many did you have more than one meeting with these gentlemen?
I had 2 lengthy face-to-face meetings. I had a couple of phone conversations, and I had one very brief meeting where they handed a floppy disk off to me containing answers to questions Linda Howe had submitted to them through me. And they were in the area, and they just stopped by my office. I was working for the University of Nebraska by that time, and handed me the disk, which I then forwarded on to Linda. So I was able to contact them by a post office box and a telephone number. I would call and leave a message, and they would get back to me sometimes, a day later, sometimes 6 months later. I didn't have really, other than a post office box and this phone number, I had no way to contact them.
So are you in touch with them now, or is that a thing of the past?
That's a thing of the past. It was those 3 face-to-face meetings, 2 long, 1 very short, a telephone call or 2, and a couple of letters exchanged to the post office box, principally because they had asked me. They knew I was quite close friends with Linda Howe, and they were interested in reading her glimpses of other realities. And so I put them together. They didn't want to make direct contact with Linda because they wanted to limit the number of exposures of who they really were to people. Sure. So they used me as a go-between, and Linda, of course, had a number of questions for them, and they were willing to answer those. So I, on 2 occasions, received a disk of questions from Linda. I just left it in the envelope in which she'd sent it to me, put it in another one, addressed it to the P.O. box, and then it was returned to me once by mail, and then once the final one in person.
Okay, so what is your assessment of their assessment?
I think there's a great deal of legitimacy to it. I think there is, as in anything with this, there are big bits of disinformation that are in there, but how you parse the disinformation from the true information when it's the sort of thing that is so highly classified, you will probably never be able to run across any documentation on it. But from what Nick was able to discover to his satisfaction, there are efforts like this going on, and there is a group that's concerned about this. Where it is now, I don't know.
Now, if this were to be true, that it's a satanic, I don't even know how really to use the term, because I just can't get behind the fact that there's one entity called Satan and he's doing all this stuff. But let's say that it's a satanic influence here. Does the public have a right to know this, or should it be kept under covers? And if it were not kept under covers, would it mean that Lucifer would be left to do his bidding in the world more so than perhaps he is now?
See, this is an interesting interesting aspect of it. I don't know if we've got time before the break to really get into this.
No, I thought I'd give you a cliffhanger.
You bet. Well, let's let that sit, because for one thing, part of the problem with the overarching view of the Collins elite and some of the things these gentlemen shared with me are the theological non sequiturs that are there. Lucifer or a demonic entity doesn't need anyone's permission to jump in here. So your question, if people knew about it, would it give him a more open hand? He's allowed to do whatever he wants within whatever limits God himself sets for him to be constrained by.
All right, let's leave it at that for now as we go to our bottom of the hour break. When we come back, we will continue our conversation about the Collins Elite and more on Exploring the Bizarre. So stay tuned. Exploring the Bizarre, I'm Tim Swartz. Our guest tonight is Dr. Raymond Boucher. And I should point out that Dr. Boucher also used to put out the Journal of the Fortean Research Center, the Fortean Research Journal, which I think Tim, I've got some copies that you sent me at one time, and just
you did. I don't remember that. Jeez.
No, there's been times where you would just send me boxes of stuff because you didn't have room in your apartment.
Well, I don't have. Yeah, but I would have kept those.
Just wait, it gets crazy.
Well, I wonder if any of those are digitized on that Swedish site.
Ooh, we need.
Yes,
to check
as a matter of fact, they all are.
Fantastic. There you go, Tim.
If one can only find out how to get to the site, that's
that's an adventure in itself.
It is.
It is indeed. Yeah, it is. They've got so many pages there, but when you go to actually find the material, you can't find it. Anyway, Tim, take command.
Well, I was just, Ray, you need to continue on where we had to unceremoniously interrupt you for our bottom of the hour break. So, going back to Tim, the other Tim's previous question. So, take it away.
Yeah, the idea of whether or not this should be exposed, from a Christian theological point of view, Satan is recognized as a fallen angel, fallen creature, created by God, but still under God's control. Ultimately, you can veer off into so many different theological discussions here about the existence of evil in God's presence and so on. That's called a theodicy. But it really comes down to the fact that if God is who God says he is, then he is in control. He's sovereign. And he controls and limits what any other created being can do. So Satan doesn't have unlimited control. Satan is always constrained within certain limits. If you look at the book of Job, you see that God allows Satan, which means the adversary, Satan is allowed to test Job, but God always puts limits on it. Well, you can take his possessions, but you can't harm him. Well, okay, now you can harm him, but you can't take his life. And that sort of stuff. God puts limits on that. And so if it were discovered that, or released, made public, that the government was involved in research like this, it wouldn't change much other than to maybe confirm in a lot of people's minds that you really can't trust the government too far. and they've jumped into things that they would maybe be better left alone. But so I don't know. It's such a bizarre set of circumstances.
At this point, I've got to ask the question to the chat. Do you think this is a pretty good reason for why they've kept secret the nature of the phenomena for so long. I mean, think about it, right? If this is wild conspiracy theory. Yeah, this is all fun. This is all about entertaining the idea. This isn't about truth or fact. This is just entertaining the theory. If the government, some portion of the government, who is behind keeping this whole phenomena secret, is involved with communicating with what has been historically known as the devil, fallen angels, and stuff like that, and they've been doing these satanic rituals to summon these or contact these beings, these entities, to get technology, to be able to traverse through dimensions, to be able to have technological dominance on this planet. If they did do that, if they made a deal, literally with the devil, right? The devil that people hear about in history, in the books and stuff like that. If they made a deal with this devil, then wouldn't that be one of the most plausible reasons for why they are going to so many lengths to keep it secret? I mean, can you imagine telling the world, hey, by the way, you know those aliens that we see in the skies, the light that we see, all those lights and changing lights in the sky? Yeah, that's actually Lucifer's people. Lucifer, yeah, the light bearer. Yeah, those lights in the sky are by that light bearer being that called Lucifer, right? He's at war with this other race of beings called, that God, the creator of this universe. He's at war with them, and we made a deal with him because he's going to give us technological dominance, and we don't believe in that God stuff, and we just kind of think he's an alien out there anyway, and we thought that. But now we're kind of stuck in this deal, and he went back on that deal, and there's nothing we can do about it. Oh yeah, by the way, we sold the souls of several people, human beings on this planet. That was a deal, that we would allow them to mess with the souls of the American people and the world in exchange for knowledge and technology. Yeah, that's what we sold it for. That's the exchange. Do you think that would be a pretty good reason why they would just deny everything? Let's put another way on that. What if they said, listen, if you tell your people we're coming down here in full force and taking over the world, you know that apocalypse y'all are all worried about, 2 billion of your people or 4 billion of your people are worried about? Yeah, you tell people about us, and it's going to happen. But not like you think. Not destruction and death and mayhem. Not at first. We're going to come down and we're going to save you people. We're going to make you people a lot happier and a lot better. I mean, this is the kind of thing that there are a lot of ways you can go. A lot of roads you can walk down from here. But it would make so much sense as to why the government's so they're fighting so hard to keep this stuff secret. Because if it's true, then somebody made a deal with the devil on behalf of humanity. And it doesn't sound like it was a very fair deal.
I had sort of said, well, I put this out originally in, I believe, 1991 or 1992, when it shortly after my first meetings had happened, to see about a response. Hadn't heard anything. 17 years later, Nick calls me up and said, hey, I'm kind of interested in this. Tell me about it. And then he's able to pick up threads and follow it from there. And this is conjecture on my part because I don't know for certain. But at the time, in the early 90s, Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, just 50 miles from where I am in Lincoln, was also the headquarters of the Strategic Air Command. And they had an Air Force Office of Science and Research at Offutt. And my feeling is that they were involved in something that was going on at Offutt and would visit at least on a periodical basis. And so they were in the area and reached out to me. And I won't go into it. I have some suspicions of who a person that I was in contact with that was very highly placed in that Air Force Office of Science and Research at the time may have dropped my name to these men. But where it is now, the fact that all that time lagged, and then Nick was able to pick it up and find new threads and take it on further, which led to the discovery of this group, the Collins Elite. Fascinating. I don't know what we can draw from it conclusively, but it's a fascinating scenario.
Well, and it is. I mean, it's just another one of the thousands and thousands of threads that seem to be connected to the whole phenomena that you can pull on that thread and reel it in as forever, and ultimately you're still left with probably even more questions than you originally started with.
Yeah, it's I became interested and started researching this when I was 10 years old in 1965, and I have looked at it ever since as very much an intellectual exercise. It doesn't take long, if you get serious about it, to come to the conclusion that you're not going to, given something miraculous happening, you're not going to come to a final answer. And early on, I corresponded in the late 60s, early 70s with John Keel. And he and Jacques Vallée had an incredibly positive influence on the way I looked at things. When Keel said, these things aren't from another planet; these are something else, and he coined his ultra-terrestrial theory. And then Jacques Vallée said the extraterrestrial hypothesis is too simple. There's more going on here, and I fully agree. And so, for about the first 5 years, I had come to the firm conclusion that there is more here than just spaceships from another planet. This is something much more complex.
Well, and as Jacques Vallée said, he'd be really disappointed if it did just turn out to be nothing more than spaceships from other planets.
It would be a tremendous disappointment. I mean, it's like the old adage of peeling an onion. You just keep it just keeps going. It just keeps going.
So now, okay, you said that you got started at a fairly young age. Was there anything specifically that got you started on this that you can remember? I mean, 10 years old.
Yeah, the one. It's actually two events.
Mm-hmm.
It was the summer of '65, and we had experienced, and I don't recall exactly the circumstances, my hometown of Nebraska City, we had experienced a blackout, a power outage. And we were out on our back porch and saw this, I can only describe it as a fiery disc cross over our house. 60 years on now, I would suppose 400 or 500 feet above the house, going from south to north. And then in 1965, with the great blackout in the Northeast and the subsequent reports of a strange UFO around the substation in upstate New York that may have triggered it, that's what really caught my attention. And so that got me interested. And I started to dig wherever I could find. The library at that time did not have a lot of things. One of the first books that I found in our public library was actually two: Flying Saucers Serious Business by Frank Edwards and Behind the Flying Saucers by Frank Scully. Mm-hmm. And that's what got me started. And my first purchase of a piece of UFO material was The Flying Saucer Menace, which was written by Brad Steiger. It was put out in magazine form. And that
great book, very good book.
It is. It's fabulous. That's set me on the path of way too much money spent on books over the years.
Yes, you and and all of us here on tonight's show.
Got no
Yeah.
room. Don't send me any more books. I have no place to put them. I swear, not one cubicle do I have. I got 40 file cabinets, and everything around me is just piles of books.
I know the feeling.
Mhm.
Uh,
Now, looking at your bio, I mean, you've been involved with a lot of things outside of UFOs and 40 in research. Uh, People that you work with, when they find out that you're also interested in this kind of stuff, what has the reaction been? For myself and Tim Beckley, as well. I have never let it be secret. What my interests are, but then again, some people that we have talked to, I mean, they keep their interests very close, to their breast, and don't really talk about it too much. What about you?
I'm much like you two Tims. I've never made a secret of it. I got a lot of ribbing in junior high and high school.
Hmm.
As I got into the workforce, and people understood that gosh, I'm not an idiot. I don't drool too often. I know I seem to know what I'm doing and conduct myself fairly well. Uh, I've never had any compulsion to hide it from anyone. And generally, after people understand that you're a competent,
I think that's
serious
pretty much.
person,
Hold on one second.
they begin to get interested in spite of themselves. Even the
Hmm.
ones who
'Cause I think this is just banter for the most part.
who really laugh it off at first. It's interesting to see the responses. They have a strange experience. They can't. It's a typical, in many ways, Bigfoot report.
Yeah, I think that's the rest is a bunch of banter, but essentially, this is a guy who claims, and again, this is not something you can verify. There's no fact to this at all. This is not a fact. This is not a fact. If you cannot take information like this as evidence, but it's very very weak in my opinion. Weak data. There's no evidence. He can't confirm anything that he's saying. He cannot prove any, like, he can't bring forth the sources, which I understand the sources thing. I get that. I respect that. But he can't even confirm the allegations. Now, why would I even bring that up? Because this is a guy who, again, is claiming that the reason for why the government thinks, the Pentagon specifically thinks that the Department of Defense, thinks that they're demons is because they've done experimentation. They've done experiments that have led them to believe that they're contacting demons. That's the point that I wanted to bring up. Sorry guys, my allergies are kicking my butt today. Now, let me show you something else, because there's something else that's really interesting as well that I want to show you why. Again, why? Let's see. 1 second here. Who else has said something about demons and angels or whatever being involved with this phenomenon? And there's one short video, and then there's a documentary. I want to know, did we watch the documentary The Eyes of the Infiltrator, ladies and gentlemen? I'm gonna start playing it here in a second after I show you this video real quick of. There's just a clip that I want to show you, just a clip, okay? That I know we've all seen this. I know you've all seen it and heard this. But let's check it out. Let's hear what someone who's been in the Pentagon has to say about these allegations, about the Pentagon or the Department of Defense thinking that these beings are demons. Let's find out. So, chat, Twitch, I cannot see your comments. I can't see your comments, Twitch. I don't know why, but it's just not updating. So I'm looking at them now as I pause. Yeah, the theory is difficult, but yeah, science guy Louis Borges, my boy Louis Borges, welcome to the chat. This is exactly what Tom DeLonge says. This is exactly what Tom DeLonge says. So this is how you got to ask, what can we know? What can we know? We can't know any. Does anybody have a contact in the Pentagon? No. Is there anyone who claims to have contacts in the Pentagon? Yes. Who are they? Let's find out. What did they say? Let's find out. And, well, Louis does. They do think, according to these people, these people that have connections in the Pentagon, they do believe that these beings are demons. The Department of Defense and people in the Pentagon, they believe this. Again, why? Because allegedly, people, and there's a lot to go down here. There are real, well-founded in research allegations about the Pentagon being involved in satanic rituals to summon UFOs, to summon entities from these other dimensions, and these entities have claimed to be, again, either Lucifer or people that represent Lucifer specifically. No joke. This is what they believe, and this is what the Department of Defense, and why I think they do believe this. I think they do believe it. It's not about whether they you don't have to subscribe to the religious perspective to wonder why people believe what they believe. That's the point, okay? The point is, do they believe it? The answer is yes. You should be asking yourself why, and after you ask yourself why, you look for that answer. And the answer is because they've been messing around with these things for quite some time, and they know, in their opinion, they think that's what it is, based off the experiments they've conducted and the contact they've had with these beings. I mean, you can. I've heard of worse theories, weaker theories that have no connection to people in the Pentagon or the Department of Defense that are terrible. This is a stronger theory than any other one. I'm getting my cheeks clapped in a division right now, y'all. That's all right. I'm gonna have to eat that. Let's check it out.
He was pretty prominent in the government working on these things. Here's what he had to say.
I had one, I remember the conversation very well. This is a person I respected tremendously, very, very senior person. He told me, he said, Lou, I want you to stop doing this. I said, okay, sir, I certainly can, but may I ask why? And he says, well, we already know what it is. Now, at that moment, I honestly thought maybe it was our own technology. I was running up against some super uber secret sap, and they were telling me to stop. And I said, okay, sir, so it's ours? And he said, no, that's not what I'm saying. And he said, he asked me point blank, have you read your Bible lately? And I wasn't quite sure where he was going with that. And I said, well, sir, I think I know what it says. Where are you going with this? And he said, well, then you would know that these things are demonic and we should not be pursuing them. Yeah. And he wasn't kidding. That's exactly how he felt.
So this is a Pentagon. This is a Department of Defense official saying, stop looking at UFOs because they're demonic?
Correct.
Correct.
All right, so a couple things. That is Lou Elizondo. That's Lou Elizondo, who has mentioned this before. Now, is he the only one? Well, no. Tom DeLonge also mentions this idea about demons, right? So, check this out. In case you guys haven't seen, some of Tom DeLonge's comments on what these things are. Man, it's honestly just straight up wild.
There's an electromagnetic wave that is the foundation of everything, of all mass, of everything. Like some people call it 0-point energy. Some people call it the vacuum energy. But like 1 inch of air could power the United States for like hundreds of years, kind of thing, or maybe more. So what they got to do is isolate very specific atoms to where all the noise of all matter and cell phones and everything that's going on Earth can be separated from this one atom. And if you can do that with the right material, you can get access to that electromagnetic wave that's powering the atom, the invisible wave pattern that's under everything of all existence. And once you do that, it's not like splitting an atom. This is the power behind the atom. It's extraordinarily dangerous, but it's also what will turn that thing on, and it'll turn into a ball of light and just disappear.
And going back to Bob and that technology, I want to know your opinions of when we look at the petrodollar and fossil fuels and the way that the world runs today, and the knowledge that the government possesses and potentially possesses that could free us of all of that, is that why aren't they releasing at least something to relieve not only the fossil fuels, and I know money that's involved, but it would relieve pollution.
So we're going to get into that. Platonic Zombie asked, there are a lot of questions. Is there a past belief that is influencing a study? Does their reference to demons make it so? What is the information they're getting? Without the truth, we don't really know. No argument there, my friend. However, you gotta ask yourself, like, if you're outside and you look in the sky and you see a light and you see it zipping across the sky, is your first thought, oh my gosh, it's a demon? Probably not. Probably not that, right? Do you think that other human beings are any different than you, is my question. Do you think that your perception of reality is so vastly different than everyone else's, that some people are so vastly inferior in thought than you, that they would have such a simplistic connection to a random arbitrary event like that and just say, oh my gosh, it's demons? That's the question. Now let me ask you another question. Who would have information about what this phenomena might represent? Well, probably the people that have, maybe they've recovered these craft. Maybe they've come in contact with these beings. Maybe they've come in contact with, the intelligence itself. Has there been anybody like that? If you do some research, you find out that allegedly our government has. There's allegations of Eisenhower. Plenty of allegations. Very well corroborated testimony from people on Stephen Greer's website or YouTube channel. That Eisenhower did meet with a group of non-human intelligences and made a deal with them. Well, these are the kinds of questions you have to ask that lead you down to these answers. And no, there's no way to fully tell what's going on. But you got to ask yourself these questions and look for these kinds of data points, right? Okay, what do they say about the phenomena? Well, Eisenhower doesn't say, there's no information about specifically what Eisenhower said about the phenomena. But there are allegations that there was a meeting and there was a deal and so forth. Well, that's out in the ether. Okay, whatever. Wait a minute. David Grush comes forward and says that these beings, we've made a deal with them? Oh, then you look back and say, is there any information that might lead me to anything that resembles something that David Grush is claiming? The answer is yes. There it is. Okay, cool. Who else has talked about these beings? What does the government know? Why is the Department of Defense so against it? Well, if you look a little bit further, even a little bit, you can just see Peter Levenda. Peter Levenda has done extensive work on the occult and the American government. Well, during the conflict with the Soviet Union, even before, actually, let's think about like the Nazi Germany, right? The Nazis were involved in the occult. Were they? Yes. What happened after the war? Well, America employed some of those scientists who were doing all those weird occult practices in Nazi Germany. They brought them here to work on projects here. Okay, so what? Then you find out, well, guess what? The U.S. government was involved in looking into occult practices. They funded millions of dollars looking into psychic phenomena, remote viewing, telepathy, telekinesis, and the like. Wait a minute. Why would they be doing that? Why would they put millions of dollars into that? Okay, cool, whatever. Then you find out that Aleister Crowley was involved in working with the government in reference to this phenomena. Well, what would Aleister Crowley have anything to do with aliens? What does that have to do with aliens or non-human technology? I don't know. Who is Aleister Crowley? I don't even know how to spell this dude's name. There we go. Aleister Crowley, he's a Satanist, English occultist, philosopher, ceremonial magician. Okay? Okay, whatever. What does this have to do with the government, and why would the government? Oh, I see. There's all this symbology, the triangles and the, and the symbology of satanic worship, occult worship, and then there's this being that he allegedly has contact with, that I think he calls it Nam, right? Or Lam. What does that being look like? Well, it looks like an alien. Out of the dark forum, Jack Parson, which we haven't even, we went over that a little bit with that one video from End Times Production. But Jack Parson, who's Jack Parson? Well, let's find out. Jack Parson, American rocket engineer, chemist, and Thelemite occultist. Wait a minute. Well, what does this matter? Because Jack Parson worked with the United States government. Doing what? The Jet Propulsion Laboratory. This is how you, again, they start off loose at first, but they start zeroing in, and you start having to ask yourself, why is the government working with all these people in the occult, in reference to the phenomena being aliens, non-human technology, craft. Then you find out, well, what do scientists have to say about this phenomena? Okay, fine, there's a cult, maybe they're just all wacko. Have you ever looked at your dollar bill? How about CERN? Somebody else said CERN, right? Have you ever looked at your dollar bill? Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not doing this, if you're not drawing these connections, these are very bizarre and they're uncomfortable to look at. But if you're not drawing the connections, we don't have enough time. We do not have enough time to look into every single connection that says, it all says something. The government has been involved with the occult in reference to the phenomena, and the phenomena is not just extraterrestrial, it's interdimensional. It means, in whatever that means, again, I don't know exactly what. Yeah, CERN, we can get into the CERN connection here in a second, but you want to talk about why do all of these companies have all this symbology that represents ancient Egyptian mythology, gods and goddesses, right? There's some patches on military uniforms that have reptilian aliens on it. There's all kinds of symbology within our civilization. Just in America, there's corporations that represent gods, ancient gods, like Roman gods and Egyptian gods and Mayan gods. Our dollar bill literally has the Illuminati, and if let's just the symbology of the ancient gods, and there's some creepy stuff involved with it. Pagan rituals were considered satanic when Christians saw them. So, like, are these demons or past gods? And if they're past gods, are they now still demonic? That's why I'm skeptical when it gets to this demon stuff. Platonic Zombie, that's actually, again, this is what I appreciate about you the most. This is the measured approach. You have to ask yourself, is it demonic? Well, where does the term demonic even come from? Where do demons come from? Where does Lucifer come from? Does it come from ancient Egyptian mythology? Well, the answer is no. It comes from a different type of mythos, right? Or a different type of historical context, I should say. And if that's true, then, well, you have to ask yourself, why even though they think it's something, does it represent that thing? Who knows? Are there parallels? The answer is absolutely there are parallels, right? There are parallels between ancient gods, Lucifer, demons, whatever. There are parallels. There are connections between all of them. All of them. Are UFOs angels? Are they demons? Are they gods? Are they representations? Are those just representations of what people have historically called angels, demons, and gods? I think they are representations. You don't have to call, you can call them whatever you want to. You can call them whatever you want to. But if I say that these beings are what has been historically representative of demons or Lucifer, you probably shouldn't call them space brothers. You understand? Like, that's not the right kind of connection that you should draw from these associations. Doesn't mean that they could be whatever they could be. We don't know what they are. We don't know what the truth about what they are is. We don't know. Platonic Zombie, we have no idea what they are. However, I asked a different question that is more relevant and functional in terms of how you should shape your perspective. The question that you should be asking is, what do they represent? What are they? We don't know. What do they represent? What is the nature of them here? Their presence? What is the nature of their activity on this planet? And those are the kind of questions that you should be asking yourself, not, are Christians wrong about them being demons? That is too simplistic. You got to be more complex than that, and you got to zoom out and think, okay, Christians see them as demons, but that's just a representation of that they're associating with, right? Christians see this as a Luciferian thing, but that's a representation. My question is, why would anyone want to worship a being that is historically known as a being that wants to literally put your soul, if you have one, in a place of eternal torment? It's not about what they are, because we don't know what they are. The question is, what do they represent? Now this is the kind of connection that when you look at the nature of the phenomena, there is a grand deception. Confusing people as to what they are is the point. Confuse them. Don't tell them that you're this, tell them that you're that, tell them that you're brothers, tell them you're Zeta Reticuli, tell them you're from Mars, tell them you're from Venus, tell them you're from another planet, tell them you're from another dimension, tell them you're from here. Confuse them all, because everybody's got a different story. But there is one thing that's consistent. There's one thing. It is deception. It's deception. Now, the issue that I've always brought up about this whole topic, and we're going to get into some video, I want to show you something, is I made a speech last night, right? When we look at human beings and we see that the terrible things that they can do, right? Do we judge all of humanity? The Armenian, check this out, all right? Do we judge all of humanity for the things that the few bad people do? Vladimir Putin is one man who's imposing his will upon an entire nation, or many, as a matter of fact. He can influence the entire world. One man can do that. One man, right? Yet he can do so much damage to this world. Serial deleters of existence, you know what I mean? I can't say it out, I guess. They are one person. Most people aren't out there doing that. Most people aren't out there committing crimes. Most people are just trying to live life. Right? Only a few people are doing these terrible things. But what do we call those people? How do we see those people? How do we judge those people? Now this is where I get frustrated with the way that people view this phenomena. Because when they look at human beings and they say, well, or the non-humans, and they say, well, yes, they're coming down and assaulting children and assaulting people and taking babies and all this, but look at what humans do. Yes. Hold on. How do we view those kinds of human beings? Do we say, well, don't put them in, don't look at them bad. You have to understand, not all human beings are bad like that. So how can you judge the bad ones? Right? This is my point. I'm telling you this, okay? The same, and not you, I'm not talking about, I don't know what you guys' political or personal or religious or spiritual or, moral perspective is. But let me talk about hypocrisy, the most disgusting level of hypocrisy that I see. There's a dude, a couple years ago, I saw a baby laying face down, a baby, a little boy, a toddler, I should say, laying face down on the side of a beach. And you know that means he was no longer with us. Come to find out, the story was this. The story behind that was that child was one of many people who lost their lives trying to escape, whether it be extreme poverty, extreme violence, the threat of violence, and the threat of assault by gangs and cartels in Mexico. Right? There are people in this country who want to arm themselves, go down to the southern border of Texas, and delete those people from existence if they make it here. They want to delete them. Right? They want to delete them. These people call themselves Christians, empathetic. They call themselves, good human beings. Because among those people that are escaping poverty, that are escaping, for example, there was a woman who this is a common theme, a woman who took her children, two of her children, across the border through desert territory, these harsh conditions. They know they can die on the way here, and yet they take them all the time, all year long. There's an influx in people coming to the border right now. It's a problem. They leave their country, their homeland, to come here because of the ideals of the American way, right? Bring me your huddled masses. Bring me your poor, your hungry, your huddled masses, the Statue of Liberty, what America truly represents. And yet there are people who call themselves patriots who completely dismiss that to have this unempathetic perspective where they want to take their guns and go harm those people, women and children alike, who are running from those things. This isn't political. This is not political. This is about humanity. Forget about politics. I'm not talking about Republicans or Democrats here. I'm talking about human beings, karaoke. I'm talking about humans, right? My first inclination, my first response is, oh my gosh, there are children dying to escape poverty, to escape the threat of violence. There was a young man who was threatened initiation into a gang in Mexico. And if he didn't join that gang, this is commonplace. Do your research, people, please. If they didn't join the gang, they would assault his sister, who was only 8 years old. They would force her into you know what if he did not join the gang. His mother had no choice but to take that family and run immediately because they'd all be killed. They come here and then we send them back. What do you think happens to them? What do you think happens to them? What do you think those people will do to them once they find out that they tried to escape that? For those of you who have a heart, hear me out. Hear me. Hear me. If you have a heart, if you love your fellow humans, if you have empathy for human beings, listen to me. Forget politics is evil. If you have a political perspective, you are following the evil ways of humanity. Have humanity. Have a heart. Okay? This is my point. They can empathize with an alien who comes down here and does these things to us, but they cannot empathize with their fellow human beings who are suffering. That is hypocritical. I will not stand for I can't stand for that. Neither should you. Neither should you. This isn't a political commentary. If you think this is political, open your heart up a little bit, please. Open your heart up. This is about humanity. There are bad people who are trying to come here too and cause problems. There are. Do you then discard all of the people who are seeking safety and solace in the way that Americans have claimed? We here in America, what I believe is one of the greatest countries in the world because of our ideals. No, we do not fully implement them. I live here. I have to believe in the ideals of America. I believe in them. I believe in the words of the Statue of Liberty. I believe in what we say is the American dream. I believe in that. I believe in it. I believe in humanity and being humane and having compassion and empathy for human beings. Okay? And if you can say, oh, well, you don't know if aliens, oh, they're not all bad. You can't say they're all bad. I don't say they're all bad. I'm saying the ones that are doing the terrible things should be seen the exact same way. That at the very least, we see the worst of us. Instead of showing the kind of... You lack empathy for your fellow human beings, but you have empathy for a freaking... a race of beings that cares nothing for you? They don't have emotions for you. They don't have them. People have told me this. They don't understand human emotions. Well, we do. We do feel human emotions. We do feel sorrow. We do feel pain. We feel suffering. So why are you empathizing with aliens and not human beings? Why? Why? This is probably one of the most frustrating things in my life. I cannot watch. I cannot see the tears of a mother who lost 2 of her children while crossing the border because she's escaping violence, and for people to say those people are bad, send them back to die. But aliens, oh, by the way, they deserve compassion. How dare you? How dare you? Check yourself. Check your humanity. Check your heart, because there's something wrong with people who lack empathy for human beings who are amongst the bad but deserve compassion. Now that I've gotten that rant out, okay, I understand how difficult it may be for some people to separate politics from humanity, but you gotta try. For those of you who believe you're freaking light beings and star seeds, and who've told me we need to bring ourselves out of this situation, okay? We need to bring... Oh, the aliens aren't going to come here and save us. We have to save ourselves. First, I want you to do me a favor and do yourself and humanity a favor and see us with empathy. See the nurse that works 16 hours in an understaffed wing of a hospital that she has been working on for 10 years. Okay? See empathy for that person. See the humanity in that person. And not the alien who's coming down here, abducting a 13-year-old little girl, getting her pregnant, taking her baby after the first trimester, and leaving her with nothing but trauma. See the human nurse with empathy, please. Okay? So, that's what I want you to do. Please, please, for the love of all that is good in the universe. If you believe we need to bring ourselves out of this, show the same level of empathy and compassion for your fellow human beings as you do a random alien from Zeta Reticuli who says, I love you, you're special, but leaves us starving, hungry, and suffering, while the technology they have to bring us out of this is right there. They call people ambassadors. But what are those ambassadors doing? Meditating their way to enlightenment? What about the nurse? Isn't she an ambassador of light? What about the person who's the Doctors Without Border? Aren't they the ambassadors of light? They're the ones we should be focusing on. I do not care about all the starseeds in the world unless they're Doctors Without Borders, nurses in those understaffed wings of a hospital, or people that are feeding the homeless. Like, come on, people. Come on. The Armenian, people who call themselves Christians only to obfuscate their real intentions. You know, like, oh my gosh, you can tell that I am genuinely, this is probably one of the core problems that I have with this community, is the lack of compassion that people have. That's my core problem. Until the day I hear a starseed tell me I'm going to the border myself to find that mother and stand in front of her and face off with those bigoted, racist, hateful people who want to delete her from existence because somewhere out there is a bad cartel member in there. There is. Amongst them. There is. But you'll sacrifice yourself to protect that one mother who is doing it because she wants to save her children. Then I'll stand with the Starseed people. I'll stand with... We're going to get in there, Bryson. I will stand with the Starseed who's out there on the streets feeding the homeless as an ambassador of light. I'll stand with you. I'm with you, Starseed. Where are they? They're meditating in some, monastery somewhere, paying someone $5,000 to summon a UFO craft. Now, y'all better figure this out. Have compassion for your fellow human beings. Don't be hypocritical. Anyway, let me find that video that I wanted to show everybody because this is really cool. Hold on one second. Let me. I'm so sorry. Listen, I apologize, but I can't. It is my obligation. Again, I have a voice and I'm up here talking to y'all. It is my obligation, my responsibility to say these things because, if you're the kind of person that does not have compassion, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. See ya. I don't want anything to do with people. I don't want anything to do with people who just lack basic empathy. I feel like there's something wrong with their brain. Like there's gotta be. There are these neurons in your brain. I'm gonna give a very layman's description of what I think is wrong with people. There's a layman's there is a cluster of neurons in your brain called mirror neurons. They're responsible for, as I understand it, your ability to mimic other human behaviors as well as be able to perceive emotions in other human beings. I think people who lack that ability to empathize, they're deficient in mirror neurons. Their mirror neurons are underdeveloped. They're literally underdeveloped in some way. There's something underdeveloped about them. When they see someone who's hurt or who's dying or who's starving and they say, I don't care, let them pick themselves up by their bootstraps. They are literally lacking mirror neurons. That's what it is. They just don't have it.
Known as the one gene.
Good luck with that. You don't treat all the starseeds like they're, not all aliens are bad, but all black people are inherently bad because look at them. Look at how bad they are. Even though black people are angry, look at all the riots. 90. Listen, I'm black, y'all. 90% of the riots that happened across the country were peaceful. 90+% were peaceful. A small percentage of them were not peaceful, and I stand against those things. I do not support violent riots at all. Why would you? But why would people be upset about, I don't know, somebody being killed for some stupid reason? Have compassion. The Mexican population out there, Karaoke, I forgot. Thank you, by the way, my brother. The Mexican population out there, those people are, listen, I know a dude right now who works at the freaking at a chicken factory. Listen to me. It sucks at that chicken factory. It sucks. It sucks. All right? They work at a freaking chicken factory. I worked there before. It sucks. 12-hour shifts minimum. They work 16 hours. These Mexicans here, they don't work 12 hours. They take all the overtime. Happily. They live in a one-family house with like freaking 15 people. They all work there, and they live in one home. And you know what they do? They send all their money back to Mexico. You know why? Because they want to help the people that are back there suffering. What do you call that? That is the most noble thing I could freaking... What do Americans want to do? Separate from the family, find their independence, and... I'm sorry, I don't got it. I don't got money for you. It's all about me. It's all about me. That's Americans. Me. Forget about everybody else. I want to be good. I want to be rich. I want to have money. I want to be successful. What are these Mexicans that I know? What do I know about Mexicans? You know what I know about Mexicans? Some of the hardest working people I've ever freaking seen in my life. Everywhere I've been, whether it be New Jersey, Pennsylvania, South Florida, Mexicans are the hardest freaking workers I've ever seen. Aside from coal miners, those dudes are crazy. And you get what I'm saying. I'm talking about the general population Mexicans. You know what people focus on? The small portion of Mexicans that do crime in this country. I'm not political. I think the left-wing people use race to manipulate their voters into voting for them. You want to talk about left-wing? I think the left-wing politicians are terrible because they're manipulating people into thinking that they care. All right? Politics are trash. It's evil. Bottom line, they're evil. Don't get me started about right-wing people, because the bottom line is that right or left, politics are evil, man. And the people are being tricked. People are not the bad ones. They're being manipulated by these politicians. Guys, be human. Have humanity. Don't be political. And if you think that talking about this is political, you've lost your humanity. You've lost it. Find it. Find it again. Now, we're going to get back into this, and I don't ever want to talk about this for the whole show. I don't want to talk about this again for the whole show. Oh my gosh, but if you guys bring up any more crap about, don't talk about my Zeta Reticulum brethren like that, and you don't say it simultaneously, and that's why I love humans, I'm going to lay you out in this chat. I will not allow it. I'm not going to let it happen. I'm not letting it happen. Let me know if you've seen this already, but this is a really good documentary. And it's along the lines of what I was talking about.
Welcome back to the channel, everyone. When you decide to send a text message or a DM to someone, and you navigate to the emoji screen, it is highly likely that the alien emoji you encounter will look something like this. An upside-down teardrop-shaped head featuring notable, oversized black eyes. If you were to request a child to sketch an alien, or search for an image of one on Google, you would find that the outcome is identical. This archetypal depiction of an extraterrestrial assumes a universally recognized form that transcends geographical boundaries, permeating nearly every facet of human culture. But why? Where did it come from? While there are some skeptics who argue that the original portrayal of the archetypal gray extraterrestrial can be traced back to an episode of The Outer Limits titled The Bolero Shield, similar alien entities have even earlier origins. One such instance can be found in the 1933 novel The Unknown Danger, A Vision of the Future, by Swedish author Gustav Sandgren, yet he was possibly influenced by a non-fiction article by H.G. Wells that predates his work. In Wells' 1893 article Man of the Year Million, he envisioned a future where humanity would evolve into a race of diminutive, gray-skinned beings with enlarged heads and eyes. I am personally skeptical that the Greys can be dismissed as a mere cultural hand-me-down. It seems that throughout ancient history there are a multitude of strikingly similar archetypes. To gain a deeper understanding, let's delve even further into the past. Dating back to the 19th century, Akawaba, sometimes pronounced Akwaba or Akuba, are wooden ritual fertility dolls from the southern region of Ghana and West Africa and nearby areas. The best known Akwaba are those of the Fanti people, featuring large disc-like heads. This is a Japanese Dogu statue. The origin of these clay figures can be traced back to the early stages of the Jomon period, approximately 13,000 years ago. Once more, the distinctive features of large bulbous heads and prominently large eyes bear a resemblance to the gray being archetype. For countless centuries, the Hopi Indians have inhabited the elevated desert region of northern Arizona, where they have nurtured a rich spiritual and mythical heritage. Despite the harsh yet captivating environment, the Hopi were guided by their deities to construct pueblo settlements resembling modern-day stone apartment complexes. Through their resourcefulness, the Hopi thrived by cultivating corn, beans, and squash with minimal rainfall and scarce irrigation. Among the intriguing Hopi legends, one stands out: the story of the Ant People, who played a vital role in the Hopi's survival not once, but twice. The First World, or the era of a bygone age, was supposedly devastated by fire, potentially due to volcanic activity, an asteroid impact, or solar flares. The Second World fell victim to ice, as glaciers from the Ice Age or a pole shift brought destruction. Throughout these global cataclysms, the virtuous members of the Hopi tribe were guided by an unusual cloud during the day and a moving star at night, leading them to the sky deity known as Satuknang. Eventually, Satuknang led them to the Ant People, or Anu Sinome in Hopi language, who provided refuge and sustenance within subterranean caves. In this legend, the Ant People are depicted as benevolent and diligent beings, offering the Hopi food when supplies were scarce and teaching them the importance of food storage. It is interesting to note that the Babylonian sky god was named Anu. The Hopi word for ant is also Anu, and the Hopi root word Naki means friends. Thus, the Hopi Anunnaki, or ant friends, may have been the same as the Sumerian Anunnaki, the beings who once came to Earth from the heavens. Take a look at this image depicting the beings known as the Wandjina. These Australian rock art paintings are estimated to date back around 3,800 to 4,000 years ago. The Wandjina's distinctive and intriguing appearance as luminescent, pale-skinned, round-headed humanoids with large black eyes is notably reminiscent of the Greys. In the Dreamtime folklore of the Kimberley region, the Wandjina hold the role of the original creators of both the landscape and humanity. In ancient times, many of these divine beings descended from the skies to impart knowledge and establish laws for their creations, whom they considered their own children. Over time, most of the Wandjina departed from our physical realm, leaving behind their images painted on cave walls before vanishing into nearby waterholes. Local shamans adopted the practice of repainting these figures to maintain the Wandjina's life force and ensure their continued presence, bringing favorable rain and good weather. Possessing control over water, wind, and various weather phenomena, the Wandjina hold the power to punish those who offend them by summoning floods, storms, and lightning. In the ancient Hindu epic, the Mahabharata, there are mentions of warriors known as Navatakavacha, meaning the impenetrable armored ones. These warriors were described as wearing skin-tight armor akin to the descriptions of clothing attributed to the Greys, which is typically silver or gray in color and tightly fitted to their skin. The Navatakavacha were known for their mastery of magic and warfare, wielding powerful weapons to vanquish their adversaries. Eerily, they were said to have terrorized the world while residing deep beneath the ocean, drawing a striking parallel to modern-day reports of incursions between the military and UFOs over our oceans and unidentified submerged objects. Moving forward into more modern times, the alleged Aurora, Texas UFO crash reportedly took place on April 17, 1897. During that time, newspaper clippings documented the incident and several eyewitnesses attested to its occurrence. According to accounts, the creature recovered from the crash site was described as resembling a frail child with an unusually large head.
Real quick, guys, I'm under severe thunderstorm warning right now and a tornado watch. And I think I'm going to lose power. Oh my gosh, why did this happen to me now? So if I do lose power, I will, I hope I don't, but give me 1 second. I'm going to keep playing this. I got to check something real quick, but I just got the severe thunderstorm and tornado watch warning just now. Can I post pictures in the, no, I can't, because then you guys will know where I live. I'm not trying to have people come up in my house. Anyway, yeah, so severe thunderstorms and tornado watch until 9 p.m. tonight. I apologize if I go black. It's not if I go black. I've always been black. Once you go black. But anyway, if I do shut off the stream, that's why, in case you're wondering.
Large eyes and slender limbs with 4 fingers on each hand. The being was buried in an unmarked grave following the incident. Around 1917, while residing in New York City, acclaimed occult practitioner Aleister Crowley engaged in various magical experiments at a location on West 9th Street, one of which was referred to as the Amalantra working. This process is believed to have intentionally established a connection to ephemeral cosmic influences, potentially enabling extra-dimensional entities to enter our universe. In essence, it is speculated that Crowley may have created a portal through which interdimensional beings could potentially visit Earth. Subsequently, Crowley reportedly had a communication with a preternatural entity named Lamb, and even sketched its portrait. Interestingly, the depiction of Lamb bears a striking resemblance to the images commonly associated with Greys today. It's worth noting that the mantra Lamb is associated with the root chakra, linked to themes of survival. While there are historical accounts of possible extraterrestrial visitations in other parts of the world, Crowley's encounter with Lamb stands as one of the earliest known instances where the concept of Greys entered the Western consciousness, although Crowley himself did not explicitly state this connection. As I was collecting images for this video, I pulled up Crowley's sketch of Lamb and I couldn't help but notice the distinctive lines on its head. These lines were part of the original sketch and were not added later. Interestingly, if you fill in these lines, something familiar emerges. Now let's fast forward back to modern times. The widely renowned Roswell incident has given rise to various descriptions of the beings supposedly involved in that event. Based on the information I've collected, it appears that these beings bore similarities to the Greys, but could be considered a subset or relative of them, at least visually speaking. They shared characteristics such as large heads, eyes, hairless skin, tight bodysuits, and short stature. However, their skin color was closer to an off-white, and they apparently had visible pupils. I created these two mock-ups as examples of what they may have looked like based on that information. I get the impression that they could be seen as a sort of intermediary form between the classical Greys and human beings, which naturally raises intriguing and evident questions. While many are familiar with the 1961 UFO encounter of Betty and Barney Hill, a lesser-known event occurred 3 months prior involving two young individuals on Long Island and an encounter with the Greys. This involved a man named Peter Robbins and his sister Helen. Peter has been deeply engaged in UFO studies for 25 years, serving as a researcher, investigator, writer, lecturer, and best-selling author. When conceptualizing the aliens for the film Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Steven Spielberg aimed for a grounded approach rather than creating wildly imaginative otherworldly beings. They sought to maintain factual accuracy, turning to the work of ufologist J. Allen Hynek as a foundation. Hynek's credible reports on Close Encounters of the Third Kind consistently described the ETs with remarkable similarities. Greys were portrayed as pale and diminutive, featuring large bulbous heads and two huge almond-shaped eyes. This widespread occurrence of the species being reported all around the world led Spielberg to believe in the validity of the sightings. This means that Dr. Hynek himself was describing these beings to Spielberg as early as 1976, when Close Encounters was in production. As I dove into the past in search of the earliest depictions of Greys, a lingering question has occupied my thoughts for quite some time. Can the phenomenon manipulate what we perceive? Is it capable of adopting various physical forms at will? Despite the existence of early examples and extensive literature describing a sophisticated and intelligent force, perhaps the simplest explanation is that these beings only recently began visiting Earth in significant numbers. While some peculiar instances from ancient history may suggest a hybridization program, it remains plausible that the Greys have appeared and disappeared at much different points throughout our history. Do these beings possess the ability to project different physical forms, or is this an enigmatic force that can take on the appearance of various entities?
Okay, so hold on real quick. So, yeah, the Armenian, I meant to say the Sumerians, not the Mayans. So the Anunnaki have multiple translations for these different cultures. The one that he was mentioning was the ant friends, or the friend people or whatever. The other one is, which is a Sumerian translation, is the gods from the heavens that came down, or something to that effect. And those gods, they were definitely not all friendly, and some of them considered us slaves. They're slaves because they claim to create us.
Questions still linger. One piece of evidence that particularly intrigues me concerning their existence comes from an unexpected source: children. The Ariel School encounter stands as a compelling example of this phenomenon. During daylight hours, a craft landed just outside a school in Ruwa, Zimbabwe, and a significant number of people, including many children, witnessed the incident. Once more, the beings described by the witnesses closely matched the Grey archetype. There is no conclusive origin that can be attributed to these beings. That much is evident to me. However, I aimed to present what information I could find to you, the viewer. Now that we have established this, for the sake of time, we will proceed through the rest of the video regarding these beings as actual entities. I mentioned that my research has led me to contemplate whether these beings are physical entities at all, or if they represent some manifestation that remains largely undefined. Such a notion deserves its own video. The following information has been compiled from experience or testimonies gathered from UFO literature, film, and other forms of media. The information presented here is not offered as absolute fact, but rather as data that should be evaluated by the viewer. It is the viewer's responsibility to form their own conclusions based on the material presented. I will divide the Greys into two primary categories. Category 1, engineered humanoid automatons, or as the late author Nigel Kerner called them, roboids. Category 2, biological organisms. It's important to note that the beings in Category 2 may have physical enhancements through technology or artificial intelligence. Currently, numerous characteristics that I can attribute to the engineered humanoid automatons align with those of the biological Greys. As a result, our primary focus will be on exploring their distinctive features and traits that differentiate them from the biological Greys. Before delving into the robotic characteristics of the Greys in this first category, I want to clarify what that might actually imply. I don't believe they are mere machines. Instead, they seem to be the outcome of highly advanced genetic manipulation and technological enhancement. They are more akin to androids rather than robots, resembling the T-1000 in Terminator rather than Sophia. In my view, these beings are not solely composed of mechanical components, but also incorporate biological elements. They did not merely arise as a result of biological evolution, but rather they were created to serve a specific purpose. In this video, we will use the term androids to describe these engineered beings very often, as I believe it accurately encapsulates their nature. The android Greys usually have a short stature, measuring anywhere from 4.5 feet to 5 feet in height. Their skin tone can vary between gray and white. Each hand is equipped with 4 fingers. They possess large, bulbous heads, almond-shaped black eyes that may extend around the sides of their heads in certain instances, and notably, they appear to lack any external genitalia. According to numerous experiencers, the android Greys are often described as moving in a peculiar scurrying manner, and at times they seem to effortlessly glide without taking steps. Abductees often observe that these beings, who have been called worker drones by some, exhibit a collective mindset resembling a hive. They bear a striking resemblance to each other, wear identical clothing, and behave in a uniform manner. While aboard the UFO, they lack any discernible individuality, focusing solely on achieving the goal of abduction in a clinical and detached manner. The majority of abductees portray the aliens as displaying a restrained and controlled emotional demeanor. They typically appear composed and tranquil. On the occasions when they do express emotions, it tends to be satisfaction, contentment, and gratification rather than outright joy. Similarly, if they become emotional in a negative sense, it leans more towards irritation, annoyance, and perturbation rather than full-blown anger. It appears that extreme emotions are not inherent characteristics of their physiological makeup. These beings appear to have been created with a very specific purpose in mind, featuring a specific set of behavioral parameters and tasks to complete at the behest of another race. Many experiencers believe that they act as a joint and separate hive mind. Their entire existence revolves around the program. What is this program? An enormous multi-generational undertaking to conduct experiments on and extract genetic material from our planet, most notably from human beings, with the aim of creating hybrids. Android Greys appear to function as a specialized workforce designed specifically for tasks related to the hybridization program, such as engaging in the abduction of human beings, the extraction of genetic material including sperm and ovum, performing examinations and experiments, extracting fetuses from women that are likely of hybrid origin, and carrying out diverse responsibilities connected to the nurturing of the hybrids during their development. The Greys exhibit a sense of caution towards human power, treating humans with great delicacy, much like zookeepers handling a potentially dangerous animal while it sleeps, apprehensive of the possibility that they might awaken and become uncontrollable. When encountering individual humans, 2 or more automated greys are usually assigned to manage the situation, demonstrating a notable level of caution. They maintain precise mental and physical control, occasionally resorting to restraining their victims' arms and legs. I could offer numerous details about the program's nature, but this video is centered on the beings themselves. Due to the highly intricate and detailed information about the program, I will create a separate video later to ensure it receives the thorough treatment it deserves. Based on accounts from abductees and various sources, it appears that the physical structure of the gray automatons is quite limited, consisting primarily of a few organs. Through my research, I have leaned towards the possibility that these organs may resemble something akin to a combination heart and lungs organ, and a nervous system. I have come across information from certain sources suggesting that these beings may possess an organ that serves as a digestive system. However, it is more commonly associated with the biological greys rather than the gray automatons. Automaton greys follow a highly routinized approach and rarely deviate from their activity pattern to accommodate the abductee's preferences or circumstances. Let's shift our focus away from the distinct traits that seem unique to the android automatons and instead delve into our next section, which involves Category 2, the biological greys, and numerous characteristics and abilities that appear to be shared by both the automated greys and the biological ones. As an important addition, I'd like to mention the insectoids and reptilians, even though they are technically distinct from the greys in my opinion. The accounts of these particular beings may be a matter of interpretation, as some abductees use these terms to describe entities that others might refer to as standard greys. However, if we assume that reptilian and insect-like beings are indeed distinct types, it's interesting to note that abductees often encounter them alongside the greys, not in isolation. Moreover, their roles seem to align with the specialized tasks of the taller beings. Abductees commonly express aversion or fear towards these beings, sometimes labeling them as mean or evil, although such assertions lack concrete evidence. It has become clear to me, though, through my research, that these beings may very well be the ones giving out orders. Essentially, I believe that these beings may very well be the ones in charge. The greys possess abilities that appear magical to us. They can make humans and their belongings pass through solid objects like windows, walls, and ceilings. When outside their UFOs, they can render themselves, humans, and other matter invisible. Additionally, they use light beams to transport victims and even vehicles to their intended destination. It seems they possess a monitoring ability that not only helps them locate their victims, but also allows them to determine the biologically suitable time for an abduction. The greys engage in telepathic communication with both humans and among themselves. Abductees describe this process as receiving impressions in their minds, which they instinctively interpret into their own words for understanding. Generally, abductees comprehend their messages quite well. However, the nuances and wide range of expression found in human communication, such as cynicism, irony, sarcasm, and drama, appear to be limited or nearly non-existent in the aliens' form of expression. Interestingly, abductees sometimes have the ability to tap into conversations between the aliens, particularly discussions related to the abduction procedures. This ability to hear the greys' conversations seems to depend on proximity, as abductees report not experiencing a constant barrage of alien sounds while aboard the UFO. They only hear when they are in close range. Conversely, these beings appear to possess the ability to hear and comprehend both human communication and thoughts. Accounts from abductees strongly suggest that the greys can somehow access the private thoughts of individuals, indicating an uncanny understanding of what abductees are thinking. Abductees frequently provide vague descriptions of what these beings wear. In numerous instances, it becomes challenging to determine if they are indeed wearing clothes at all. There are reports where the color of their skin appears to be nearly identical to the color of their supposed clothes. For many abductees, discerning the boundary between the clothes and the skin proves challenging. While they are certain that the aliens are adorned in something, describing the fabric of the clothes remains difficult for them. Certain abductees have recounted garments that fit so snugly that they appear as if they were spray painted onto the beings. They can describe the demarcation point between the fabric and the skin, such as on the hands and neck. Occasionally, the android greys are observed wearing loose-fitting robes or garments, but the clothing lacks any personal touches or expressions of individuality. On certain occasions, the beings might bear an insignia on their clothes resembling serpents or elongated shapes, while in other cases, takes the form of a simple jagged line. However, despite these occasional variations, abductees generally observe very little diversity in the garments worn by them. Accounts of the gray skin color exhibit variations ranging from dark gray to gray, light gray, tan, tannish gray, white, and pale white. If abductees report a different color such as yellow, green, or blue, it is almost always in conjunction with the presence of gray. The skin color appears uniform, lacking darker or lighter spots or areas. The lighting in the room often affects how the alien's color appears to witnesses. The majority of testimonies describe the automaton gray's skin simply as gray. There is no visual evidence of a vascular system that might introduce streaks of other colors. When abductees touch the gray's skin or are touched by them, they report experiencing a range of sensations, such as a rough, leathery feel in the case of the taller beings, and a soft, rubbery or plastic quality with the small beings, lacking the typical elements found on human skin in both instances. It is challenging to determine whether aliens undergo aging, as abductees cannot observe any discernible changes in their facial features or physical appearance over time. Even after experiencing interactions with the same group of aliens for several decades, the beings appear identical during each encounter. The small automated beings share a striking resemblance amongst themselves, with no readily detectable unique features that set one apart from another. Their facial expressions do not betray emotions, making it difficult for abductees to perceive any emotions on their faces. Despite this difficulty in distinguishing one small being from another, abductees have a sense of familiarity and intuitively know they are encountering the same taller being in all of their abductions. The heads of the greys are disproportionately large in comparison to their bodies, with bulbous craniums, particularly above their eyes. There is no presence of cranial, facial, or neck hair. It has been theorized that the alien's brain is larger than ours and comprises more than the usual 2 lobes, possibly including a 3rd lobe. This additional lobe is believed to be associated with telepathic communication. While the Greys' faces bear some resemblance to humans, with eyes approximately halfway down the face, a region resembling a nose, a small mouth-like slit, and an area that might be likened to cheeks, although not visible, the overall effect is similar to humans. However, each organ and feature differs significantly from those of humans or higher primates. It has been reported that the Greys emit an odor so unpleasant that it can induce physical discomfort. Despite its unappealing nature, this scent has been likened to a combination of aged French cheese and the sulfurous aroma often associated with natural hot springs. There is speculation that the Greys' digestive process involves osmosis through their skin. Allegedly, the waste they generate is also expelled through their skin, thus explaining the very unpleasant odor. Some abductees have even reportedly witnessed the Greys ingesting liquids through their skin. It is noteworthy that numerous accounts and literary references pertaining to demons or malevolent entities frequently depict them as emitting unpleasant odors, notably reminiscent of sulfur. This specific characteristic was also prominently associated with the beings in the Varginha, Brazil case in 1996. The most striking feature of the Greys is their enormous eyes that span the entire width of their broad foreheads. These eyes lack pupils, irises, or corneas and appear as black, usually opaque organs during what has been dubbed by many researchers as mind scan. Mind scan involves the intense and penetrating act of staring deeply into the abductee's eyes with their faces only inches apart. During this procedure, abductees often experience a sensation that some form of data or information is being extracted from their minds. However, the exact nature of this information, the method of extraction, and the purpose behind it remain unknown. Some abductees speculate that the extracted data might be transferred to the minds of other beings. It has been theorized that this capability to access human minds comes by way of using the optic nerve as a conduit. The mind scan procedure leaves most abductees feeling overwhelmed. They describe a sensation of falling into the eyes of the being as if forming a profound connection with them. Some witnesses have noticed slight movement inside the eyes, and a few have even reported observing a sparkle or light within them. While some aliens' eyes can move and squint, others have more rounded eyes that aren't as almond-shaped. Eyelids are generally not reported, and the beings do not possess eyebrows, though there seems to be a ridge around their eyes that might be bone-related. There has been speculation surrounding the eyes of the Greys, suggesting that the black of the eyes may actually be some sort of biotechnological covering meant to protect what is actually underneath. Reports on the presence of noses vary, with some abductees describing a slight raised bump but no visible nostrils or nasal passages in the small beings. The aliens' mouths are slit-like and lack lips, with some accounts mentioning a membrane over an opening. Some witnesses recall the mouth is perfectly round, forming an O. Abductees do not see teeth, a tongue, or saliva, and communication with the aliens is telepathic, not through the use of their mouths. Below their mouths, the aliens have small, pointed chins, sometimes appearing as if they lack a chin entirely. There seems to be no jaw or jaw hinge below where human ears would be, and no evidence of muscle for mastication is apparent. The Greys may have small, raised features where human ears would be, but without openings or evidence of sound-collecting devices. The aliens' necks are extremely narrow and tube-like, appearing too thin to support the weight of their heads. Witness accounts do not describe throat movement indicating the presence of a tongue or swallowing mechanism. The aliens have small, narrow chests with no noticeable bony structures, sternum, clavicle, or visible ribs protruding from under the skin. They lack the typical triangular configuration of human shoulders leading down to the waist and do not exhibit prominent hip bones or a discernible pelvis. The stomach area appears flat with no evidence of a food processing mechanism or a navel. Witness accounts do not describe visible genitals in male or female aliens, and there seems to be no apparent method for the elimination of liquid waste. The aliens' backs resemble their fronts, appearing smooth with no noticeable bumps of vertebrae or prominent shoulder blades. Witness descriptions do not indicate the presence of fleshy buttocks as in humans, but instead note a horizontal oblong ridge at the base of the alien's back. The aliens' arms are elongated and slender, lacking any visible musculature. They bend at the elbows and have a similar range of motion to humans. The arms and elbows do not show any bony structures and maintain a consistent diameter from the shoulder to where the hands join. Notably, they don't seem to have any wrists. Their hands and fingers bear a resemblance to those of humans, though they are thin and long. The fingers usually have rounded pads at the ends, sometimes described as tapered. Fingernails are absent, and frequently, abductees report observing only 3 fingers with an opposable thumb or thumb-like appendage. In some cases, the thumb might be positioned lower on the hand compared to humans. There are no small, curved ridges or swirls on their hands or fingertips resembling fingerprints, and bending at the knees, but without any evident muscle development. Their legs appear straight down, lacking distinct thigh, calf, or ankle features, and flow smoothly into the feet. Information about the feet and toes is limited, with descriptions varying between rounded and elongated feet, and toes usually go unnoticed. When describing female aliens, abductees often provide vague details. The female is typically the same size as the taller beings, lacking mammary glands and any hair, whether cranial, facial, or pubic. Despite the limited anatomical description, abductees can clearly differentiate between male and female beings, mentioning that the female aliens appear thinner, more graceful, sensitive, and kind. The tall Greys typically measure between 6 to 8.5 feet tall, characterized by bulbous, elongated heads, slender bodies, long arms and legs, and a variety of skin tones ranging from pale white to gray. Their most distinctive feature is their large, dark insect-like eyes that protrude, with human-like eyes visible beneath permanent membrane lenses. On the other hand, many abductees have reported even taller Greys, ranging from 9 to 12 feet in height. They possess large, elongated heads and small, pure black eyes, giving them a more menacing appearance compared to their counterparts. Their body frames are somewhat more human-like, and the male, taller Greys naturally exhibit muscular builds. They have darker gray skin tones, and their facial skin appears crinkled, resembling paper. The aliens demonstrate remarkable small motor dexterity, allowing them to conduct physical examinations with speed and precision. They can manipulate instruments deftly during procedures such as tissue sampling. Abductees often perceive the aliens as weak and frail, yet they are surprised by their display of strength, particularly when moving and positioning humans. Working together, multiple aliens can carry abductees to examination tables and exert strong hand pressure when gripping their arms and legs. In a way, this reminds me of ants. The taller beings share similarities with the smaller beings, standing a few inches to a head taller. Some abductees have reported that the very tall greys have heads that are less smoothly rounded than the small beings, featuring more angular characteristics. They've reported striations and indentations on their forehead or the top and back of their head. They too have no hair on their head and are often seen wearing distinguishable coverings such as white, gray, or black lab coats, smocks, or robes. Occasionally, abductees will describe them wearing something on their head like a hat or a surgeon's cap. In nearly all abduction accounts, communication between the aliens and abductees occurs through telepathy rather than verbal communication through the ears. Aliens do not send words through the air in the form of aspirated sound waves like humans do. This telepathic phenomenon is also reported when aliens communicate amongst themselves. Abductees have the ability to understand non-oral communication from the aliens as well. Open mouths and mouth animation are rarely reported, suggesting that the aliens do not use their mouths for communication whatsoever. The absence of a nose on the aliens would imply that they may not need it for functions such as inhaling, sensing gases, or registering odors. Similarly, their lack of eyelids suggests that they have no need to keep their eyes free from dust or particulates. Abductees do not observe the expansion and contraction of the aliens' chests, indicating that they may not breathe air in the same manner as humans do. The extremely close mind scan procedures also do not produce the rush of air on abductees' faces that would be expected during exhalation. All these observations raise the possibility that the aliens do not breathe air or interact with the atmosphere in the same way that us humans do. There's no evidence to suggest that aliens eat or drink in the traditional human sense. Abductees never witness the aliens eating, and their lack of a movable mouth, teeth, saliva, and tongue, along with the narrow throat, do not support conventional ingestion methods. The absence of a stomach and uniform bodily frame in the aliens further suggests that their physiological systems may differ significantly from those of humans. The lack of discernible buttocks or waste elimination apparatuses, as well as the absence of water-related items during the abduction experiences, only further supports those ideas. Aliens never offer food or drink to abductees except for specific liquids used during particular physical procedures. The Greys' ability to manipulate the human mind stands out as one of their most significant capabilities. These beings have the extraordinary skill to alter consciousness and influence people's perceptions and expectations. They can manipulate visual experiences, making it challenging for individuals to see nearby objects accurately or understand spatial relationships. Moreover, they possess the ability to remotely interfere with a person's will, compelling them to act against their own desires. Additionally, they can reduce fear and alleviate physical pain through these abilities. Using selective amnesia, they communicate telepathically and craft intricate mental images and scenarios within the minds of individuals. Furthermore, they can deliberately evoke a wide range of emotions, including sexual arousal, love, fear, and anxiety. It's astonishing that they can even induce orgasms through mind manipulation and elicit feelings of affection towards themselves. The aliens' immense power becomes evident in the limitations humans face in controlling the situation and asserting their own will upon these abductors. The Greys are highly advanced in genetic engineering and various other technological domains, surpassing our own capabilities by an estimated 2,000 years at least. It is speculated that they travel in metallic disc-like craft that house sophisticated genetic laboratories. Additionally, there are reports of other ships shaped like beehives in their fleet. Some abductees have even reported small pods with hatches as well. Some believe that the origin of the Greys can be traced to the Orion constellation, or Zeta Reticuli II in the Reticulum constellation, a faint group of stars in the southern sky. The association with the Betty and Barney Hill case may have contributed to this belief. Now, There is no definitive way to prove that these beings indeed originate from the mentioned star system, and based on my own research, I personally lean towards the belief that it may not be their current place of origin in the least. It appears that the Greys visiting Earth are likely based on crafts situated in outer space. An intriguing anecdote that aligns with this assumption is that certain sources suggest that some of the metamaterials which are currently undergoing evaluation and analysis show indications of being manufactured in zero-gravity conditions. During abductions, the Greys reportedly collect human DNA for what is widely believed to be a hybridization program. Additionally, they insert tiny metallic devices into multiple generations of human families for research purposes. The late Dr. Roger Lear, a renowned podiatrist, extensively investigated and surgically removed these alien implants from abductees. He found that these implants were enveloped in a biological material specially designed to be accepted by the human body. The implants also exhibited distinct magnetic properties, peculiar crystalline components, and even emitted radio waves. Remarkably, there were no visible insertion points, and the implants were surrounded by nerve endings. Dr. Lear conducted laboratory tests on these extraterrestrial trackers and documented his discoveries in 2 books, Aliens and the Scalpel and Casebook, Alien Implants. Abductees have provided detailed descriptions of the Greys' behavior, revealing a highly organized and professional approach during their encounters. They present themselves in a cooperative manner akin to an efficient factory operating seamlessly. However, the Greys remain secretive about their personal lives and the inner workings of their society. Despite this, over time, fragments of information have been leaked, and as a result, a gradual understanding of their life and society is starting to take shape. The origin of these beings, whether from outer space, another dimension, or a parallel universe, has been a subject of numerous theories. Initially, researchers considered outer space as the most plausible explanation, but as knowledge about our solar system expanded, it led some to speculate that the Greys might come from other solar systems. However, even the nearest solar system is light years away, making interstellar travel at the speed of light a daunting challenge. Various theories have been proposed, including the notion that UFOs may come from an astral plane, or an alternative reality that exists alongside our own, as suggested by astronomers like J. Allen Hynek and UFO researcher Jacques Vallée. Other researchers have hypothesized that the beings might emerge from a parallel universe composed of antimatter or a different substance. Abductees have sought answers about the Greys' origins, and in certain instances, they have received responses indicating that the beings may potentially hail from another planet, at least within this known universe. Many abductees have recounted experiences in desert-like environments or vivid landscapes in space, suggesting a potential home environment for the Greys. Despite not yet knowing the exact origins or the mechanisms of their arrival, the information shared by abductees offers glimpses into the beings' lives and their activities aboard the vehicles that transport them. Numerous abductees have shared intriguing accounts of what they perceive to be the home planet of the Greys, or a world closely associated with them. These descriptions often reveal certain shared features, such as striking reddish-colored skies, ethereal and wispy clouds that resemble feathers, and the presence of multiple suns illuminating the sky. In these visions, the ground is typically composed of firm and coarse sand. One particular abductee recalled a unique experience of being gently floated into a sizable structure adorned with glass doors. Inside, she encountered 2 Greys cloaked in robes, and the encounter carried a distinct sense of ceremony and formality. So, what is happening? Why are these beings here in the first place? This remains the subject of numerous theories and speculations. One theory proposes that the Greys, due to inbreeding, cloning, and their relentless pursuit of technology, have lost their spiritual nature and severed their connection to spirit. Now recognizing the consequences of their actions, they are desperately trying to regain that spiritual union. They fear that if they don't mend their ways, they face extinction, or possibly something even worse. If this theory holds true, it implies that the Greys are using our gene pool without the consent of humans to save their race, which is on the brink of extinction. They abduct humans, subject them to mind control to keep them sedated, and then extract sperm and ova. They employ female wombs mixed with their genetics as incubators to grow fetuses, which they remove between 2 and 3 months and continue the process. It is believed, to be more specific on the matter, that the Greys are actively gathering genetic material from specific specific Earth species for the purposes of cloning, DNA enrichment, and crossbreeding experiments with human beings. The ultimate goal is to create a new hybrid species that combines the strengths of the human genetic makeup while overcoming the inherent weaknesses of the gray species. Research indicates that this crossbreeding endeavor has shown some degree of success, and as a result, certain alien species observed by humans are considered a direct outcome of this program. During my research for this video, I encountered a multitude of theories and concepts concerning the Greys that transcend the conventional assertions commonly associated with these beings. Some researchers and experiencers believe that the Grey species is fundamentally an electronically based space society, functioning as a collective group mind with a shared social memory complex. Groups of Greys are centrally controlled by dominant beings, often large Greys or blonde humanoids. They possess advanced technology for cloning and memory implantation, which they use as methods of social control. The Grey species lacks a focus on individualization, and their group mindset leads to some energy loss when encountering individuality. While they are intrigued by human individuality and emotions, they struggle to fully comprehend their significance. They do, however, understand the concept of bonding, particularly in the context of human mothers and their crossbreed offspring, which they recognize as essential for the survival of the hybrid child. In the midst of making this video, I even developed some theories of my own. Imagine if artificial intelligence, instead of being limited to software, found a way to manifest itself physically by creating biological bodies for itself. The once intangible existence as pure software has now transformed into tangible and embodied forms. As I theorize that human beings receive consciousness akin to the functioning of a radio, perhaps the minds of the Greys operate in a similar fashion, yet from an artificial field of origin devoid of a connection to the Godhead or cosmic consciousness. In much more simple terms, a sentient artificial intelligence uses a method perhaps similar to 3D printing to create biological containers for itself to interact with physical reality, which end up being the Greys. Another theory that closely aligns with this idea proposes that the Greys are essentially avatars, serving as vessels for sentient biological entities to transfer their consciousness. These beings then deploy these vessels to explore the universe, traverse time, or access different dimensions based on their point of origin. Without physically departing from their home, these sentient biological entities can explore and interact with various realms by utilizing the Greys as their avatars. The Grey suit serves as a container body, functioning akin to a remotely controlled drone. It operates as an environmental or scuba suit, allowing individuals to explore new locations that their physical bodies might not withstand. Alternatively, if someone no longer possesses a physical body, their consciousness can be transferred into this device for continued experience and interaction. In a similar theory, the physical form of Greys is seen as a conduit for higher dimensional beings to interact within the lower density environment of Earth. A higher density being inhabiting a Grey body can enter or leave this vessel at will. Its primary purpose is to serve as a tool, especially for piloting spaceships, acting as an interface between the being and the machine. The Greys, in certain interpretations, have been portrayed as benevolent beings who are descendants of humans and possess the ability to time travel. According to this perspective, their primary objective is to observe and guide the development of their ancestors, present-day humans, or to collect genetic material that is no longer accessible to them at their origin point in the river of time. Throughout my research, a recurring and somewhat ominous theme has emerged. It appears that the Greys, for reasons unknown, may hold a significant interest in our souls. Although I do not adhere to any particular religious denomination, the similarities between the biblical fallen angels and the Greys cannot escape my attention. In the biblical accounts, it is suggested that the fallen angels have been cut off from God's love. Replace God's love with souls, or connection to the Godhead or cosmic consciousness, and certain concepts start to align.
All right, this is where we really want to. This is one of the deepest analysis, most comprehensive analysis on the Greys specifically I've ever seen. I want to bring up something that the Armenian said. The Armenian asked a question: if abductees, etc., are not sanctioned by the rest of, abductions, etc., are not sanctioned by the rest of these being species, could it be possible that the ones that are doing abductions are a rogue group? i.e., just a smaller group of bad ones of their species. And to that I say this, the Armenian, and then of course you say, I'd hate to mirror Greer's line of thinking, but it could be possible. Anything could be possible. And I always say this about these kind of theories, right? If we're looking for alternatives for what we're witnessing in real time, then we are literally grasping at straws, right? Because we're trying to find another explanation that's not so disturbing. And this is a good thing, right? Because nobody wants to believe, and this is I know it's a hard thing to think about, but like, everyone's saying this is disturbing, this is concerning. The Ravens Creek Charm says, "This is my concern. They want our souls. We must never surrender. They can't take them unless we surrender." So, can you imagine if this is true, telling the world that the gray alien, these beings that are here, are actually interested in the human soul, and that they're doing something as what I've heard before of the harvesting of souls. Obviously, this person has done a lot of research to make up his analysis here. It's an analysis. It's not just a theoretical pontification. It's an analysis based off of extensive research that not only he has done, but referencing his research to people like John Keel, Jacques Vallée, and others who've done even more extensive research. This is how you come to how you think about these things. You do not want to get caught up in the Greerian way of looking at this. Well, it's possible that this and it's possible that, because you don't like what you're hearing. Because I get it. There is a desire to want to say, man, they can't all be bad, right? Well, this is an alternative theory, which is one that we've heard of. What is a theory that we've actually heard of? One that is researched, one that's been documented, one that's been, in the grapevine, but not just by people who don't like what we're hearing, but by people who've actually had, who alleged to have knowledge of this. The angels, demons, and God theory. Again, this is all tying together for you guys. I'm trying to tie it all together. So the idea that the Pentagon may be aware of, for example, these things, that what they wanted, what the Pentagon wanted, or what the beings wanted from the Pentagon was a human soul. They're trying to understand the thing that they don't have, that is a human soul. And this person, the person that's made this comprehensive analysis, is suggesting that they are trying to get a soul too because they don't have one. That they are essentially, they could be the fallen angels who are cut off from the love or connection with Source. Call it God, whatever you like, but they're cut off from it. And we're not. We're connected to Source, right? And so they want that connection. And they're trying to take that connection through infiltrating our society, taking our genetic material and replicating it. Well, has that ever been talked about before? It has. And yes, this is theoretical. Where it's out there, but the Bible mentions the Nephilim. The sons of God saw the daughters of man, that they were beautiful, and took to them wives as they pleased. God didn't like that. So if you will, you could say they're a race of beings that disobeyed the Source, or God, and they went and interbreeded with human beings to try to make this hybrid race. And that interbreeding is still going on today with these race of beings, right? This is what do you think? Like, this is kind of the thing, right? This would be one of the most plausible. And then you tie all these things together. And again, nobody knows for a fact, just to be clear. These are just plausible theories that are based off of reality and not just like random maybe this, maybe that. Because if it makes you feel uncomfortable, that doesn't mean that it's not true. It just means that this kind of truth, or potential, not this truth, but I mean any data, I should say, it's disturbing. But there are people who claim that this is the case. People who are working directly on the program. People who this person claims to have been in contact with. By the way, people who we've heard of. Have we heard of any of this stuff before? We have. From whistleblowers throughout history. Why do they not want to tell us about what the nature of this phenomena is? I think this is why. I think this is why people will reject it. They will fight against it. Then they have to admit that they've been doing these rituals to summon these things and making deals with them, trading human souls, that they want human souls or they want a soul too. They have to admit so many different things that go far beyond, oh, there's aliens out there. You think they're just afraid to say there's aliens? No, 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 no. They haven't killed us because they don't want to kill us. They want our souls, right? That's a more plausible explanation than anything else out there.
Line in a rather uncanny manner, even for those who are not religious. The idea of the Greys and their fascination with human souls is a topic that I believe merits its own video. As I mentioned earlier about the hybridization program, I will be producing a separate video on this subject at a later date. It's important to note that these theories are speculative and not confirmed facts. Various ideas circulate about the motives behind the Greys' actions, origin, and true nature, but concrete evidence remains elusive. My friends, we've now reached the conclusion of this video. Typically, my videos have a definitive ending, but while working on this project, another idea has sparked in my mind. Allow me to share this theory. Many individuals responsible for safeguarding the secrets surrounding non-human intelligence interacting with our planet seem to harbor a deep fear of some kind. This fear compels them to go to great lengths to hide the truth. The question is, what exactly are they afraid of? You might already be familiar with the common reasons listed for why those in power would be fearful of revealing the truth about non-human intelligence visiting Earth. National security, mass panic, and social and religious impacts, for starters. However, I believe there may be a deeper and more profound reason that goes beyond the surface explanations. Something very specific. Something that would indeed turn society upside down. Thank you for taking the time to watch the video today, everyone. I am deeply...
That was a great that was a really, I mean, I have to, this dude is legit. Now, I'm going to check his YouTube channel to see. I don't even know if he posted another video about, I do not know. Now, I think this is the latest one. Tag Nabbit. So, that's what I wanted to share with you all today. Obviously, keep in mind, everyone, I've been researching this topic ridiculously for quite some time. And there's a lot of information that I have that would probably be, it would continue to illuminate, I should say, a lot of the kinds of ideas that I have about the phenomena. My concern, this is my concern. You know, my concern is, and this is part of my concern is that people are being tricked into thinking that they're here to help, when really they're here to manipulate, and to be for the purpose of taking, not taking, but for the purpose of essentially harvesting genetic material because of what we have that they don't have, and that is a soul. Asking us what, you know, that video, I think we watched a documentary where, you know what, I want to show you also, I'm going to put this in my watch later, we're going to watch this too, but I want to show you another video that I think is extremely useful to the conversation. Man, what is this? Zen Mode HQ. Let me know. I don't think we've watched this before. It's too long. Tomorrow we're gonna take a look at another video. We're gonna take a look at a couple of other videos that I think are. If we watch it, we'd have to watch it straight through. And it's really long. But it's only to make a point about, you know, kind of make a point about the nature of the abduction phenomena according to people who've researched it. Not according to some shaman out there who says that they're the single sole arbiter of the truth of the phenomena. Not according to a lady who created a book that she was given information from a Pleiadian and told her that she's a starseed, all right? Not some person that said they've been channeling aliens. I'm talking about a massive body of research. Here's what I don't like about the starseed problem, the starseed theory. Let me tell you what I don't like about it real quick. What I don't like about this is about the Dolores Cannon, right? The hypnotherapist who wrote these books, the Convoluted Universe, the Custodians Beyond Abduction, and the 3 Waves of Volunteers in the New Earth. This is what I don't like about this person. They are literally like a cult leader. Just not necessarily exactly like Greer, but very similar. Barbara Lamb, for example, another psychotherapist. I get the feeling that they're using their expertise to manipulate people. And yeah, it is brain dead in my mind. You know, I had Alien Universe. I was somebody said to me last night on the SOR, do your research. I'm like, dude, that's the problem. The problem is I've done the research, and it's terrifying to think that anyone would believe this stuff. But I know why. Because people are suffering. The core of humanity's problem is that they're suffering and they don't know why. We don't have the time to stop and look within and find out why we're suffering and overcome that suffering. I think the Buddhists got it pretty good. I did not say that channeling is brain dead. I didn't say that. I don't believe that channeling is brain dead. It's the star seed thing. Like, for example, when you remote view, you don't remote view a being that is giving you spiritual knowledge. This is really important, the Armenian. Check this out. You don't remote view a being that gives you spiritual knowledge. In the Buddhist tradition, there's a I can't remember this is so vague to me right now, but there is a passage where they say if I face the Buddha in my meditation himself, I will cut him down. Why? Why would they say that? Aren't you supposed to be meditating on the Buddha? Isn't Buddha like the God? No. You're not supposed to idolize these beings, because that's the deception. Even in Buddhism, they recognize the deception of any being that claims to be the arbiter of truth. That's where the deception is. And what people are doing is they're meeting these beings and they're stopping there, because they're real beings out there they're meeting. They're meeting them, they're stopping there, and they're accepting the spiritual knowledge. And they're writing books about it, and they're tricking people into believing what these spiritual beings have told them. That's the deception. That is the deception. They're taking advantage of hurting people, of lonely people, of people that are missing love in their life, of people that want love. You know? And that's where the danger lies. When you have to channel a being to receive information, and nobody else can do it but you, or you got to take a drug to do it, right? A hallucinogenic drug to do it, you are going to be deceived. You're going to be deceived. Anytime you're in a state of mind where you're not in full control and you're woozy and a being tells you, "Oh, I'm here," and they tell you all these knowledge and spiritual things, don't trust it. That's the deception. That is the deception. If you imagine if human beings, again, think about this. You can only look at it from a human lens. You cannot see outside of it. We don't have the capability to see from their perspective, but we do have it from ours. Would you accept another human being saying, "Listen, and this happens, I gave this person a roofie because they said they like me, and I made them feel good, and then I took them to my home and I had my way with them. Hey, listen, I love them. I told them I loved them, and they didn't have full control over their body. They didn't have full control over their decision making." What would the world be like if that was allowed? What would we call a person that does that? You know what that is. What about people who are cult leaders? You know what a common practice of a cult leader is? Very common. Drugs. Intimacy, if you will. I'm going to use the word intimate encounters, and then spiritual knowledge. That is it's universal for these things, right? You drug them up, you tell them all this spiritual knowledge, because then they're not in their right mind. You get them out of their right mind so you can manipulate their consciousness and their belief system. They lose themselves this way. Look, you gotta study cults. You gotta study cults. These things are cults, literally. The Rael movement. People call the Rael movement a cult, but they don't even do drugs. There's no drugs involved. But you know what is involved? Intimate relationships and stuff like that. Well, the Armenian, I do realize that there are some medicinal benefits to certain hallucinogenic drugs, but when you're using them for the sake of spiritual knowledge, like hear me out, if you're teaching people about spiritual knowledge while getting them intoxicated, that's manipulation. That's manipulation. If you go to a therapist for any kind of healing emotionally on your own, and they're not telling you to believe in this God or that God or star seeds or star children or this being or that being's teachings. They're letting you discover yourself on your own. That is completely different. That's completely different. Those are very, very different things. We need to be able to draw this distinction. This is why we need to be complex in thinking here. Because what we're witnessing here, with Barbara Lamb, right? She's a regression therapist, a psychotherapist who does regressions. She studied, her book, Alien Experiences. It's got over 25 cases of alien encounters, right? Then she writes another book called, listen to this, The Lives and Missions of ET Ambassadors on Earth. Well, what is an ambassador? What is if we're going to use language at all, we need to be clear. They are infiltrators. They are infiltrators. They're not ambassadors. An ambassador doesn't hide among the people, blend in, use subterfuge, and then never make any changes to help anybody. That is not an ambassador. That is an infiltrator. Subterfuge is not an honest attempt to do anything. Okay? And so these people are all psychologists, therapists, hypnotherapists, counselors. They're all people that understand the human mind, and they're using it. They're using it. Now check this out. There's a lot of psychological harm that comes into play with these people and their practices. They are taking advantage of very lonely people searching for answers. And the beings are helping them do this. Giving you emulated we already gone over this, ladies and gentlemen. There is something happening here that is akin to a deception and infiltration. And ultimately, I think there is a concern. It's not about anything good does not manipulate, use subterfuge, use deception, trickery, screen memories, paralysis, go to you when you're at your weakest, when you're vulnerable, when you're least able to defend yourself, when you're incoherent. Can you tell me what kind of positive being would do any of those things? And yet every encounter that you hear of, that is what you hear about, at least at mass, with the abduction phenomena. So why do I focus on this? Because again, I'm not a person who wants to believe in, why would I want to spread lies and help the manipulators and help the infiltrators and help the people, the beings or whatever they are, that are doing these things? I have not yet, at least as far as I know, the good ones haven't come down here and said, hey guys, I want to give you a way to clean your water. Here you go, African children and Ethiopian children and people in Zimbabwe and people in Haiti. I want to give you guys a new system of way so you can fix your problems here. Here, look, we've studied these things for thousands of years. This is a better way. They haven't done that. Have they? No, they don't do that. Imagine literally eating. They're Armenian. I don't even know what to say about that. I'm not a biblical scholar, man. I can only talk about the things that I do understand, and that's something I don't understand, so I don't know what to say about that. But again, this is my concern, and why I've mentioned these things is because, I think it's important to point them out. Now, let's check out some news real quick, y'all. Real quick.
And now to a story News Nation has been following from the very beginning. The nation's highest-ranking Army military officer speaking out about UFOs following Congress's historic hearing. Army General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is backing the Pentagon's claims that there is no evidence the U.S. has non-human-made vehicles. David Grush, the UFO whistleblower who gave the News Nation exclusive interview, has claimed that the U.S. has a secret alien retrieval program. And General Milley says Grush shared what he believes to be true, but says based on briefings with the Pentagon's UAP office, he has not seen any indications of a cover-up.
All right, y'all, check it out real quick. We're gonna tone things down a little bit because I got a little intense here. Based on his briefings with the Pentagon's UAP investigation, he has not seen any credible evidence to these claims. Duh. Clever wording, isn't it? Clever wording, isn't it? Pentagon. Arrow. No information. Pentagon. Arrow. No evidence. Pentagon. Arrow. Deny, deny, deny. Hello?
Program. Joining us now is Ben Hansen. He is the host of UFO Witness on Discovery Plus. Ben, thank you for being here. Let's dive right in. So what do you make of the general's comment?
Well, honestly, Kelly, it's not all that surprising. If you look at the other statements he made, he said there is a lot of unexplained aerial phenomena out there. That's true. He talked about a lot of the reports they're getting that if there's some of it that's difficult to explain. So we've heard that from the Pentagon before, but I think a lot of people kind of assume that those who are in the highest levels of leadership would know everything. And I know this sounds really kind of conspiratorial, but I think we would be surprised that a lot of our elected officials in the executive department, legislative, and military probably isolate themselves for plausible deniability. And maybe they're not.
They're purposefully they're willfully ignorant. They don't want to know the truth because if they do, then guess what? They have to. They'd be lying by saying they don't know. So they're intentionally lying.
Hold on.
Allegedly, I'm gonna check out the Avi Loeb situation. Just give me a second, y'all.
Purpose, because they're going to be the targets that are going to be called out on the red carpet or subpoenaed in hearings. So, in my opinion, it's not surprising.
And you were on News Nation's Banfield on Friday, along with retired Rear Admiral of the U.S. Navy, Tim Gallaudet. Now, he talked about his own UFO experience and getting an email about it that disappeared from his inbox. We have the clip, and then we'll come back for a question.
I received an email from a two-star admiral in charge of the exercise, and he had actually sent it to a number of one- and two-star admirals like me in charge of aircraft carrier strike groups and other support commands. And the title of the email was Urgent Safety of Flight Issue. And in the text, he asked if anybody knew what these objects were. And it was the Go Fast video that was attached. And he said, report to me immediately if you do, because we might have to cancel the exercise because of safety concerns. And of course, once I saw that, I knew immediately what was occurring. This is nothing we could have engineered. And then, interestingly, the next day, that email was wiped from my computer.
Why haven't anybody? Where's the data at? How come nobody's ever talked about? Because this is the kind of stuff that happens. Cover up, cover up, cover up, cover up. It's obvious. It's real. It's there, obviously.
Now, I found that fascinating. You weren't able to react. I'd like to get your take, though. What do you make of it?
So the Rear Admiral actually reached out to me after appearing one of your shows here on News Nation, because we were talking about USOs, underwater submerged objects, and we started talking. This is a man with an incredible resume and background, right? So he was not only the chief meteorologist, but also the commander of the Naval Observatory. And here he gets, earlier in his career through the SIPRNet, which is secret intranet of the military. And that message has that video in it that we now know comes from, the Go Fast, I believe it was, video. And it disappears. The next, I think he said, day or two, they had a meeting with a lot of these admirals who were on that message list, and none of them talked about it.
This is a prime example of, this is the craziest type of thing, right? I didn't even know until this whole situation came out a couple years ago that they hide things this blatantly among these people that are supposed to be privy to this information. They hide it from them. They keep it from them. I didn't even know that, but here we are.
we're told not to talk about it. So again, more stories of suddenly, kind of a rash, put the information out and then walk it back, and this never happened. So very, very interesting.
Absolutely. We'll stay on it. Ben Hansen, thank you so much for joining us.
Now I'm going to check out something because apparently Avi Loeb claims that he found extraterrestrial life. Let's check it out, y'all. I don't know. I mean, Avi Loeb, I got to be honest with you, I still think he's a shill. He's a shill for sure. I think he's just a front man for the Pentagon. So
Okay, so it is the age-old questions. Do aliens exist? Our next guest says we may know that answer in less than a month because he's found possible evidence of their existence at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Harvard science professor Avi Loeb joins us now with more on his groundbreaking study. Avi, good morning to you. You know, you said that there's a chance these fragments could be artificial. How big of a chance are we talking here? Are you saying 50-50 or more?
Thanks for having me. Well, this object was moving very fast, faster than 95% of the stars near the sun, and it also had material strength tougher than all the rocks we had seen over the past decade in the NASA catalog. So there is a chance. I wouldn't quantify it. I would just say it's quite possible that it's different than a rock. And what we are doing now is analyzing the composition of the molten droplets that fell off this object when it was exposed to the fireball that it created as it moved through the air. And we are getting some interesting results, but I cannot detail them until we've put them together in a paper, scientific paper that we hope to make publicly available to everyone within a month or so.
So it was interesting when you said that it was moving faster than 95% of the nearby stars that's near the sun and made of a tough material. In layman's terms, a little more of a layman term for me here, what does that mean, Avi? I mean, are you saying that you do think that this is not just a typical meteor that we're usually seeing just drop into the ocean?
Well, it's definitely not a rock
yeah, it sounds like he's talking about a Muamua. That's exactly what it sounds like.
of a type that we are familiar with, and that's based on the U.S. government data on this meteorite. And just think of Voyager. If it were to collide in 1 billion years with another planet, it would appear as a meteor, but it would be made of materials much tougher than rock. And moreover, it would move faster than typical rocks because it had some propulsion. So that's the possibility that we are exploring.
So, okay, say this is hypothetical, obviously. Say these results come back and it is an alien spacecraft, I guess is what I'll call it. It's strange even having those words come out of my mouth since it's not been really spoken about to this degree. But what would the protocol be for that? I mean, how would that change the world and us going forward?
Well, it would mean that we have a neighbor, that we are not alone, just like realizing that, when you go out to your backyard and you find a tennis ball that was thrown by a neighbor, you realize, yes, I do have a neighbor. That's the basic change to our perspective about our place in the universe. And the next question is, of course, is that civilization much more advanced than we are? Because then we can learn from them. But it would be a fundamental change. And as you know, there was an eyewitness testimony at the U.S. House of Representatives just 10 days ago. One of the witnesses, David Grush, claims the U.S. government may have in its possession such materials. We don't know if it's real or not. For that, we need the government to step forward and provide more evidence. And the fundamental question is it easier for us to learn what lies at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean from interstellar space than it is to learn from politicians in Washington, D.C., what we know already?
That is an intentionally misleading representation of what, he's talking about. So, check it out. I'm combing the ocean floor for a piece of metal that might not be human. It might be engineered by a potential alien life that a probe that was patched by 10 billions of years ago. But okay, maybe But the fact that people have been claiming for the last 80 mother freaking years that there's been aliens and they've come here, and there's all these people, there's hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people that talk about abductions and sightings, and hundreds of thousands of people on MUFON, and like what government officials that have come out for the last, 80 years. You're telling me that combing the entire ocean floor, combing it, is going to produce probably more results than finding out if all the claims that have been said for the last 80 freaking years are true? This is a mischaracterization of the actual situation here. It is, because Avi Loeb does not believe anything that's being said by David Grush. None of it. He doesn't believe it. And you can hear it in his. He's pulling a. He's much more clever than John Greenwald, but he's pulling a John Greenwald when it comes to this thing. Oh, look, I've got the redacted file. Oh, look, I've got the piece of metal that I think was approved from somewhere else, but I do not know if it was a rock or not. What? Really, dude? Really, dude? All right, so...
Yeah, I'm most interested in what someone like you has to say about this type of situation, not necessarily the government. But as you've seen lately in the news in the past couple of years, we've seen more and more of the military showing these very interesting objects flying in the sky. Avi,
he doesn't even think that the objects that are traveling at obviously tens of thousands of miles per hour without a sonic boom are real. He doesn't think they're real. He thinks it's not. He thinks it's an illusion. Because according to the laws of physics, those things are impossible. And there are no other laws of physics, according to him. So therefore, no one can do that. It's not possible, so it's not real.
should this scare people?
No, not at all. I think we should...
Y'all know what we just watched for the last 2 hours.
Welcome it, because it will be information that we can learn from. And it will inspire us to explore space. It may make us better instead of fighting with each other. Perhaps it will be a wake-up call for us.
There's no way that him finding a rare, a random arbitrary tiny little piece of 8mm metal is going to change the entire world. It's not going to happen. He's being foolish. He's being naive. Now, Platonic Zombie, you say that we do only have 15% of the ocean floor mapped. How do we technically know more about space than we do our oceans? That's a very good question. I don't understand why that. Because something doesn't want us to know. Recently, we heard a report. I think we talked about it on the show. We heard a report of a reporter or journalist who's been investigating this underwater object that I can't remember the type of shape it is, but I think it was shaped like a hamburger. Oh, my bad. I'll put the GoFundMe in the description today. I keep forgetting about that. But anyway, that it was shaped like a hamburger and it disintegrated military vessels underwater. Incinerated them. Just gone. This is according to first-hand witnesses. Now, I haven't confirmed it. I'm going to talk to this dude soon. We're going to have a conversation. I'm going to try to get him on the show. He said he wants to come on. He works during the week, so it's probably going to be a weekend thing for him. But that guy, I'm going to get him on the show, and we're going to have a conversation. But I got to talk to him first. He said that that's what happened. He talked to a first-hand witness, a whistleblower, who said this is what happened. This is what happened. So why do I think Ivy Loeb's not going to find it? Because if they get close to those things, done. Yeah, Fravor saw was a shape of a cross. That was what the Tic Tac was interacting with. But even deeper than that was this hamburger thing. And the hamburger thing was building Tic Tacs.
For us to realize that there are more important things in life than fighting with other people. The third dimension of space will inspire us to put our resources into science, technology, and go out there.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not quite sure why this is not the top story headlining everywhere, but I'll tell you.
Because it's a dud.
What? If it comes back and this is an alien spaceship, I would bet my life that it would be the top story. Avi Loeb, thank you so much.
Oh, man. R.I.P. to this news lady. Because we just got the biggest news story of all time about aliens and it just bombed. R.I.P. to the news lady. Good luck, lady. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so there was what the heck did I wanted to check out that dude's YouTube channel, and I wanted to see I want to know what his analysis is with Gary Nolan. Derek, you should ask your dad about. Oh, I'll put my GoFundMe. My bad. I keep forgetting about that GoFundMe. Here's my GoFundMe if you guys want to support me. By the way, again, I would appreciate the support if you do want to support me if you can. Here it is. Anyway, what? You kidding me? Let's check out this video. Hold on. I'm gonna pause the division for now. I think I'm done with that for the time being. What is that? What is that? What the freak was that? All right, let's do this.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. After a long day at my day job, I came home and, like always, started checking my notifications. I hadn't been on Twitter much of the day, considering it was really busy at work and I barely had any time to myself. My DMs and notifications made it pretty clear that Dr. Gary Nolan from Stanford University made some bold and remarkable statements about the phenomenon. This was at an event in New York City called Salt Eye Connections. On their website, the event is described as 2 days of...
We've already gone through this, actually, now that I think about it. Nope, that's not gonna work for me. So maybe I will be gaming and then checking out some stuff, because let's go to his there was something else that was really interesting, relevant to what we were talking about on this topic here, but I can't remember exactly what it was. Let me see here. Derek, my boy, thank you so much. I appreciate the love. Want to give a shout out to Derek Galloway for supporting the show right now. He just sent me a what would be akin to a super chat, but he sent it through the GoFundMe. Thank you so much, Derek, my boy. Keeping it 100. Now, let me check and see this, because there is definitely something here. I really hope he goes over that I hope he goes over that the implications of what he suggested at the very end of that video, because man, he ended it with some, what's up, man? Hey, what's up? Okay. Sorry, one of the kids is running around here talking trash, man. These kids. Dag nabbit. Guys, gals. Well, I guess we're out on that one. I thought there was going to be, because I remember seeing there's a really good video I wanted you all to see, but what's Jeremy Corbell talking about?
It might be time to grab your tinfoil hats, because the aliens are coming, and apparently a lot of them. There have been almost 1,000 documented UFO sightings in the UK since January 2021, and they even seem to be targeting certain areas of the UK more than others, with most sightings taking place in Greater Manchester, London, and Chester. Now, at the end of July, 3 former military officials in the US told Congress they believe aliens are real and the government are purposely concealing evidence. A former intelligence official went on record to say the US government is in possession of non-human biological remains.
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
Biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
So should we all be gearing up for an alien invasion, or is it all a bit of a conspiracy? Joining me now to discuss all this, UFOologist and host of Weaponized.
The Armenian. I got your. This is a. Oh, we can't watch. Well, I don't know if there's an. Let me see.
Podcast, Jeremy Corbell. And UFO expert, the one who investigated UFOs for the US Ministry of Defense, Nick Pope. Gentlemen, thank you. Nick, I'll start with you. You were the person who obtained and released the military-filmed Pentagon-confirmed UFO videos that put into motion the first congressional hearings on UFOs in over 50 years, and the recent hearings as well. You were part of that. So, I mean, when we approach this topic, people can get a bit silly about it. You know, we had the X-Files music, talk about alien invasions, but this is very much your career, your life's work. Do you think people take it seriously enough?
Well, they do in the United States, sure. We've just had these congressional hearings, and, you know, this person, David Grush, who's testified, was verifiably part of the Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force. If he was making this up, he would be committing a federal offense, by the way, because this was under oath. He has apparently given the Senate Intelligence Committee, the House Intelligence Committee, and the Inspector General of the intelligence community very specific, checkable facts, project names, locations, a list of people who are prepared.
Oh, Nick Pope is on fire today. Okay, Nick Pope. Okay, Drunk Physics has been talking about you lately. You know what I'm saying?
To testify. This is being taken very, very seriously now as a defense and national security issue in the United States. And it's a long time that the British government reopened their UFO program, by the way, that was terminated at the end of 2009.
Indeed. And look, Jeremy, sorry, I think I misnamed you at the start there. In terms of the recent congressional hearings that we heard in the US, what struck me most was that...
Yo, he looks like he wants to jump to the screen right now. You misnamed me? Who do you think you are?
It was announced, but to very little fanfare. People didn't seem...
He also looks like a UFC fighter. My gosh, the dude's jacked.
...to care. It's almost like they've been through a pandemic and there's a war going on and the price of everything is through the roof, and aliens suddenly aren't that interesting or worrisome to them anymore.
Well, first of all, that's incorrect, and...
I knew he was going to do that. I knew he was going to do that because she literally misnamed him.
Hello, Nick. Nice to see you. This is a completely different situation than is being shown right here. You said put on your tinfoil hats. People should put on their battle helmets. Right now, this is being taken seriously from the world public. It's a serious topic.
Dang, Jeremy Corbell went hard on the media lady. She's probably going to cry after this show. She's going to be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe. Not out of it because sadness. She's going to be so mad, because I know how people get. When they're mad and they start crying, she's going to start throwing stuff around, ready to fight Jeremy Corbell over that. He just ripped her a new one.
And people need to understand why it's a serious topic. At this time right now, you've been told something historic. You've been told something historic from your government. You've been told something historic from my government. Right now, what you've been told is that UFOs are indeed real, that there is a technological aspect to it, and the world needs to catch up with consensus reality.
The world needs Platonic Zombie. We're going to listen to, and the Armenian, we're going to listen to that Jeremy Corbell interview for the last hour of the show.
It is being taken very seriously at the highest levels of government, and for reasons that are really good. One is strategic surprise. It's really simple to understand that if somebody has technology that we don't have that can outpace, outmaneuver, and outperform our greatest fighter planes and weapons systems, like Commander David Fravor, who testified at that hearing, told you, then this is something that it should be understood differently than how it's being presented right now.
Well, you've got an opportunity to respond to that.
Yeah,
I do.
No, this is all absolutely serious. I mean, a few months ago, this sort of thing would have been maybe dismissed, but now it's being discussed in the United States Congress, in the scientific and academic community. There is, I think, a growing realization that this is real. And there are going to be more things coming in the next few weeks and months, by the way. NASA is doing a study as we speak. They're going to report later this month. There will be more hearings in the United States Congress, and there will be more whistleblowers coming forward, speaking out on the record, under oath, on the floor of Congress. This is a fact.
Jeremy,
Yeah,
is there an extent to the amount of information that normal people can handle? Is there an argument the government should withhold some information?
The poison right now is the lack of information and the lack of proper reporting on this. The only remedy and the only cure.
One sec, everybody. Hello? Hello?
Is to inform the American and global public. We are living in a data-rich environment when it comes to UFOs, or UAP as you say. But the real danger is secrecy and lack of transparency. And what Nick said is correct. And I know because I've directly spoken with the witnesses that have already taken action that is not yet public to come forward. And America will lead by example, as we do at our greatest moments in history. But this is not an American issue. This is a global issue. It's not just bipartisan, and that's why you see AOC and Representative Tim Burchett leading the charge here, from people who are under oath, who have been designated to protect.
My handlers told me I'm giving you guys too much info and I need to back off.
Our national interest as well as our global interest. And we need to really look at how we treat David Grush right now, because these hearings, these historic hearings that you saw.
Yo, the lady dropped off Cam because she's in tears right now.
It's the first time in history that people are talking with firsthand information where they directly engaged UFOs in a combat situation as well as in training times. So what we see right now is an emboldening and an empowering of people who desire to come forward because it is the right, the just, the ethical, and the legal thing to do. But we need to see how David Grush, who is the only whistleblower that was standing up there, the other two people, they were just testifying. George Knapp and I, my mentor in journalism, we also put something on congressional record so that the public would be informed. People should look at that.
Both of you, thank you very much for your time. We've learned quite a bit there about UFOs.
Yeah, her makeup was probably messed up, so she had to hurry up and get off that call. Platonic Zombie, hit me up in Discord. Was it the same thing? Did you send me the same exact thing? The Corbell interview? Because, all right, we're going to watch the Corbell interview here in a second. This is going to be the last part of the show, and then I'm going to give some commentary. So we're going to watch it in full. It's not a watch it to listen, so we're going to listen to it in full. And I guess I'm going to do some more gaming. I thought I wasn't going to do any gaming, but we're going to have to because it's a 45-minute audio. So let's check it out. And I want to be able to get that in here. I want to be able to go through the whole thing. All right, I gotta send it to myself because it won't work from here. So, 1 second, y'all. For some reason, I cannot freaking get Discord to work on my computer anymore. The Discord app is not working. What is that? Oh, I guess it's all on all right, well, we're gonna watch it on Spotify. Check it out, yo. What is that? So just a disclaimer here, everybody, if you will, this is we're listening to That UFO Podcast. Please go check out That UFO Podcast on Spotify or any other Apple Music, whatever, and follow them.
on ads that looking after yourself financially gets harder and harder with the cost of everything going up. Being a tight Scotsman, I use every method I can possible to save a little here or make the most of what I have there. Motley Fool is one way that you can definitely look to maximise your income from investments. The age of stock picking is here. With towering inflation and elevating interest rates, sticking your money in a passive market just isn't going to get you what it used to. But it doesn't mean you have to abandon the market. There are still ways to invest for the future. You just need to know where to look, which is where the Motley Fool comes in. The Motley Fool Stock Advisor service highlights 2 stocks each and every month for members to add to their portfolios, and it literally is paid to listen to them. Historically, their average stock recommendation is up over 400% as of April 10th, 2023. And listeners of That UFO podcast can now access Motley Fool Stock Advisor for just $89 for their first year, a full $110 off the list price. What are you waiting for? Visit fool.com/thatufo. That's FOOL.com/THATUFO to start your investing journey today. $110 discount off of $199 per year list price. Membership will renew annually at the then current list price. I'd like to thank Liquid IV for sponsoring this episode. Folks, you've heard me bang on about my own health and fitness journey the last year or so, and how it's true that by looking after yourself you just feel better. Staying hydrated is key to having the energy to get through your daily routine feeling good. That's where Liquid IV is the category winning hydration brand fueling your well-being, and their hydration multiplier is the one product you may be missing in that daily routine. Eating and drinking healthy can sometimes be boring, but the range of flavours offered by Liquid IV takes care of that, with lemon and lime, pina colada and tropical punch among some of the best, though I'm particularly fond of the strawberry lemonade. Just one stick of Liquid IV in 16 ounces of water hydrates you 2 times faster and more efficiently than water alone, containing 5 essential vitamins, B3, B5, B6, B12 and vitamin C, with 3 times the electrolytes of premium sports drinks, and is non-GMO and gluten-free, dairy and soya free too. Get 20% off when you go to liquidiv.com and use code THATUFO at checkout. That's 20% off anything you order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code THATUFO at liquidiv.com.
This is Jeremy Corbell, and you are listening to That UFO Podcast.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to That UFO Podcast. My name is Andy. I am joined on today's show by a returning guest, journalist, researcher, filmmaker, director, co-host of the hugely successful Weaponized podcast with George Knapp, and regular front row attendee of subcommittees on UFOs, Jeremy Corbell. Jeremy, welcome back.
Thanks, man. So good to talk with you, Andy. It's so good to talk with somebody who has an opinion and is informed to a high degree on what's going on. Your last comment was hilarious. Yes, I know. I don't read social media a lot. It's so just bizarre to me. They do call me the Haunt. I get that, but let's demystify that. Why was I sitting there? Why am I always there behind people? Blah, blah, blah. Let's really get to ground zero on the UFO topic together today as best we can, as people that have never met in person. Let's do that on everything.
Yeah, no pressure on me, but yeah, we'll get there. So let's start there. So Jeremy, I've got down and peek behind the actor's curtain. I write basic notes, and I've got a line I'm quite proud of here, and it's without sounding like I'm singing a Bare Naked Ladies song, it's been 1 week, but what a week. Do you want to take it from there?
Yeah. So you're saying it's been 1 week since the historic UFO hearings. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Right. Man, I am living in the twilight zone. Like, just to be absolutely blunt with you, that took an effort beyond human. Like, it was like to have that hearing happen, to have it happen concisely with everything that we were up against. It is no secret I helped organize it. It's not some fucking puppeteering Svengali kind of thing. Man, I was just trying to get people to be heard. And I was trying to get people to be heard that have something to say. So 2 out of those 3 witnesses are really close friends of mine. I'm really close friends now because we've been through everything together with Commander David Fravor. Really close friends now with David Grush, and they are straight freaking shooters. I'm pretty close with Ryan Graves, and we talk and that kind of thing, and I am 100% behind what Ryan is doing. But to get those 3 heroes, those 3 gentlemen up there, because they're not all whistleblowers, like that's another thing we should kind of clarify. There was one whistleblower. You had 2 Top Gun pilots. Obviously Commander Fravor is a senior pilot. He was head of the Black Aces. So commander, but each of those gentlemen up there, whistleblower or not, because the other 2 aren't, pilots aren't, they did the greatest service for this topic that I can imagine, which is that they, under oath, which was a fight, they all wanted to be under oath. I fought to make sure they were under oath. So did other people, made sure. But to get them up there for the first time in history, where you don't have suits, whose job it is to obfuscate, be uninformed before they go in, to refuse UFO briefings before they testify in front of Congress, like to finally have people with firsthand direct, either eyewitness or I've engaged UFO like Commander Fravor, to someone like David Grush, who has the firsthand experience of finding misappropriation of funds related to UAP reverse engineering and exploitation programs. Oh, he's a firsthand witness for that, 100%. And let's dive deeper into that. But here's the deal. To have them under oath, standing there in front of the world in an incredible committee that was bipartisan. You got AOC, and I don't know if people know about American politics. I'm really ignorant. I'm not stupid. I'm ignorant to it. I just don't know all the information. But I could see to have AOC on one side and the UFO truth warrior, Tim Burchett, on the other side. And I don't know their politics, but I saw that and I was like, damn, dude, something big just happened. So I have not had a chance to reflect on what has happened until literally right now. Like, this is the first time I'm actually trying to absorb it. It was historic, Andy. It was historic for the world. It was historic for UAP transparency. It was the first of its kind, and it's not going to be the last. There are things in motion right now that are so mind-boggling, and they're gonna happen.
I've made a promise to myself and some listeners. I'm going to try and stop using the phrase, forgetting their politics, because that's something I've said quite a lot. And like yourself, I mean, I'm not based in the US, but I'm ignorant or none the wiser to certain people's politics, and I don't particularly care about their politics either. I'm not a political person, and I just think it's great that people should be able to have differences of opinion on all kinds of matters. And they shouldn't stop talking because of it. And you see people falling out who are friends over these types of things. You've got to disagree, because it's the only way people will learn and learn from each other and learn different things, different cultures, different ways of thinking, and then come to either a new way of thinking or working out the best way of thinking. And I think seeing these kind of bipartisan issues coming together, or bipartisan folks like this, is a huge win for the UFO topic, isn't it? And I think it's been a win for the UFO topic overall this last week. The headlines around the world were grabbed, which was fantastic.
Excellent.
At least for a time.
Okay.
I thought there was maybe 48 to 72 hours where it seemed to explode. There was the Thursday, the Friday, the Saturday. I think in the UK it certainly tailed off. In the United States, it appeared to have been a bit more positive. I was looking on social media to see is that stayed through this week's news cycle. Obviously, the Trump stuff blew up, because of course it does. It's that's what happens. Something else comes along. But I wonder, from your vantage point and sitting there front row and seeing this unfold, are you already thinking, how does this momentum stay? How do we keep this going?
Man, no. I am so far ahead of that. I apologize to your audience. I am tired, man. I have been running so hard, and I don't read the news, because the second I do that, I start reflecting, and other than getting emotional because I'm so excited, I feel like I'm wasting time from what needs to be done. So people will send me screen grabs of like, or links like, you should look at this, you should, see what's going on. And then I'll maybe comment, but I have not opened the news. Like, I have screens in my hand, phones, everything. I just don't want to. Like, I don't know if it's waxing or waning. And also, I don't think it should be in the news constantly. I think there are other huge issues that we are facing on planet Earth that are very terrestrial. Obviously, this is a paradigm shifting, just consensus reality shifting thing, the UFO thing. If it is what it appears to be, or even if it's not, and we should talk about that, the difference, the conspiracy of if this is not, right? It's something that is so, I learned a new word, ontologically shocking, right? It's such a change to the paradigm of the ecosystem and the fabric of reality that we live in, that I think it should be slow. There should be waves for people to catch up with what's going on. Like, if people caught up all at once right now, it would be too shocking to really understand the basics of life. I mean, that's really where we're at. So one case here, one case there, this person says that. None of that fucking matters. None of it. It's either true or it's not true. The question is, what's true? And that is where we need to get to ground zero, and we need to get to consensus reality of what we think is true. And then these varied opinions are so important. That's why I don't even block people anymore, even if they're vile and hatred and they want to see me imprisoned, for reporting the news, which I've seen. People will send me those a lot. Dude, I don't even give a fuck. Like the honey badger. You've ever seen that video? It's hilarious. Have you ever seen that video?
The honey badger.
The honey badger don't give a fuck. You never seen that video?
Nah.
Oh my Lord, it's one of the funniest comic reliefs. Look that up. I'll send you a link. It's one of the funniest videos ever. I don't give a fuck. Like, where I'm at is I'm operating based on a place of action and information. And I am trying to get closer to that truth. Everybody would love to see, I'm told, see me fuck up on one thing to try to discredit other things. And here's the deal, man. People say, you're living rent-free in your head, or that's some saying, right? Like,
yeah.
Dude, I own the parent corporation that owns the corporation that runs your management company, that's owned by the person that owns the house that I am literally living in your head. Because here's the deal, man. I don't give one thought, not one thought, to just even the negative opinion of what's going on. I know what's going on, which is that we're getting closer to the truth. I don't know what that truth is, but isn't that the most important thing, is to come to a collective understanding, separating fact from fantasy. So that's the mission, man. Now, again, I'm super tired, Andy, but I'm 100% with you. So this is the first time I'm able to unpack this, reflect, and talk about specifics. So let's do it.
Yeah, well, let's talk about specifics then. So David Grush came out as the rock star of these hearings, and that was the general consensus from. And that's to talk down about David Fravor or Ryan Graves.
Yeah, they're amazing.
Stories have been well told as well. They've been on huge platforms. Ryan, of course, has his own merged podcast, which is fantastic as well. David Grush, however, you talk about everyone catching up to this at the same time would be too much of a shock for the general populace. And I feel even those of us with an interest in the UFO topic all of a sudden found ourselves backing a different horse very quickly and almost in the space of 2 hours and 20 minutes, because David Grush said the things that really caught the imagination and attention of the world's media. First off, sitting so close to the action, you were there. You were right behind him. Your forearm is now famous because it was in shot the whole time.
My forearm?
It was just in shot the whole time I was watching it. I was very aware. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that was it. But,
this one?
Yeah, that'll be the one. You were kind of there behind David Grush, and as he was talking, what was that like? Because you could not only see David, but you got a peek behind the curtain where his lawyer, Chuck McCullough, was also sitting very close to him, wasn't he, as well? And you could hear bits of the conversation or some of the direction that was going on at the time as well.
Oh, yeah. But that wasn't by accident. So let's demystify that. Why was the bearded guy with 4 names behind these guys? Okay? Because not only did I nominate them, I educated people on why I thought that they should be the ones that people are heard from. Now, it's a nomination. I don't control that, right? But like Ryan Graves, people need to hear what Ryan Graves has to say. Commander David Fravor, people need to hear what he has to say because he engaged a UFO. We're going to say chased for now, but there's more to it. So he engaged one. And that's a complicated series of thoughts and words that we can get to understand that. And then David Grush. Look, one day people will understand. But, he came to George Knapp and to me, and I happened to be rolling at that time, because he was really worried about his self, his physical body. He's worried about himself, right?
He was afraid to die.
Why Chuck is sitting behind David Grush is because that's what we were told was going to happen. Isn't it natural when somebody has an active complaint and is represented by a lawyer that lawyer would be there? So Chuck would say things like, careful, no, careful, because David Grush just, he's ready to tell the world what it is that he knows, what it is that he thinks, what it is that he saw, and what it is that he did. And he is ready to tell people both hostile and non-hostile, or, I don't know what you call it, but like witnesses that want to talk directly from these reverse engineering UFO programs, exploitation for derivative technology, legacy UFO programs, and so much more. So when we're sitting there, I'll shoot you straight, right? Which is that George and I were supposed to testify verbally right there under oath. And we started realizing that there was pushback about this whole thing happening. Notice how David Grush did not get a skiff, and it was not because of his clearances. He has clearances. Every clearance that you could possibly have, that he could possibly have, he still has and maintains. People need to understand, when you leave government, if you don't maintain that clearance, then your pay grade goes way down. Like, what is this guy going to do? Just the side hustle of real estate? What is he going to do, right? So he has those clearances. So the idea he didn't get a skiff, which is ridiculous to me. It's absolutely ridiculous, and we're finding out who the specific person was that stopped that, because we got questions for him. That's what George and I are doing, because George and I have been in skiffs, like straight up to. It's so funny, man. We journalists know more and are more informed than a lot of Senate and Congress and people in position who should know. So, for our country, for the good of our country, but also for the good of the topic, if we can provide the basics, not about sources, but the basics, and it's factual and we can prove it, yeah, we're going to do that. So the fact that who are they? We can talk about that. But the fact that there was such a struggle to just have your lawyer behind you, I was not fucking having that. That's for sure. So when you see Chuck McCullough there, and you see him behind David Grush, it's because he represents him legally. And it's because Compass Rose did not drop David Grush. in fact, and I think that's public through the BBC thing, and if not, you should probably cut this out until they announce it, but I think it's
represented
announced.
him separately.
Chuck McCullough is his lawyer, dude. He stuck with him.
Yep.
And there's probably a really good reason why, because Chuck McCullough, for people that don't know, is the Intelligence Community Inspector General former.
Yep.
Which means this is a guy who's the cops against the intelligence community, or not against, but for, we'll say for, the intelligence community. This dude, Chuck McCullough, should have been sitting right behind him so his client could hear him. And that was an issue? No, dude, wasn't having it. And why you got George Knapp scrunched, do you see him all scrunched up there?
Yeah.
Is because we had to move people to your visual left to make sure that the lawyer that needs to protect David Grush from saying something that would then compromise the active investigation, by the way, into him, but also the active investigation he started, the one with his ICIG whistleblower complaint under the presidential PPD 19 Act, or whatever the hell it is. So, man, I am so, like, I was so furious that was like a thing we had to fight for. And why you see nobody next to me, besides there were reserved seats for witnesses,
yep,
is probably because people should be and are quite afraid that I might bite their head off, which is true at that point. I mean, come on, man. You know, we're sitting in a room where people need to do what they need to do, and they're risking their personal safety for it. Straight up, one guy in there was risking his personal well-being for it. And so, yeah, you got to have the fucking lawyer behind you. So that's, anyway, I'm sorry I get fired up, but that's why we were there. So luckily, I don't know if people know this yet, but George and I did submit congressional testimony that was put onto congressional record. Did you know that?
Tim Burchett at the start of the hearing, that was on video. He mentions, I've got statements from Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, these are going into record, and yes, that's what I was going to come to. Those statements haven't been widely reported on. Do you want to talk about those now then?
Sure, we can talk about those. I think that they're additive to what you guys saw. I think the important thing was that David Grush, Commander Fravor, and Lieutenant Graves were sitting there and were telling the world publicly what they knew. That's the important part. I almost slipped and said Underwood because, you know, he was somebody, you know, we were thinking about, in that, you know, Commander Chad Underwood was the man that actually filmed the Tic Tac UFO. But, you know, he's kind of told you what you needed to hear about that. He's provided the world an explanation of the leaked footage. So that's why I kind of was slipping there, because there was a lot of people. I'll tell you this before I tell you about our statements. I had with George 2 people that have direct firsthand knowledge of the legacy UFO programs, who are high up in government, from or worked with agencies that didn't testify, but they were on like a yes trajectory, and that got sabotaged. It got sabotaged in a way that I hope one day the world can hear. So before I talk about what George and I submitted, let's talk about what we didn't submit. George Knapp had I'll just say 140-page plus document that he wanted to make public. And protect me if I don't protect myself, because my brain is scrambled. Man, I'm just like tired. But George said that. It is true. We were in a room. We tried to submit it. He tried to submit it because he obtained it. You know, multiple sources, that kind of thing. And it details a lot of stuff scientifically about the Tic Tac UFO that we thought the world should know. And we thought it was safe to do so. Everything was good. And George really quickly got the message that if that was done, that sources would be burned, pensions would be pulled, that, you know, if we can't find out who, George, do you protect your sources, then we're going to go after everybody. Now that was the most shocking moment that I had, is watching George Knapp protect his sources in real time because we wanted to give an unclassified, he wanted to give an unclassified document on public record. So I just want people to know what was not submitted. And George Knapp is the only person that can tell you the rest of that story. He's the only person. So you should get him to do that for you.
If you can ask George to check his email inbox, he's got about 3 from me from the last week. So I'll get back to you after we finish recording on this, Jeremy.
Yeah, George Knapp is the hardest person for most people to contact. And it's not because he's cagey, although he can be cagey. It's because the amount of stuff that comes at us, we have to prioritize. Right now, what's important right now? What's the strongest punch that we can throw to get closer to the truth right now? So, don't take personal offense, man. And it's not an excuse to someone's busy.
Oh, I never do.
It's just our emails, and unfortunately now my new secret number, the phone is like a Vegas slot machine at midnight. There's just no way. There's no way. I have not opened emails since before the hearing. So, I can understand George now. But anyway,
And Jeremy, you're a busy guy, and it's only taken me a further 9 months since I last asked you to come back on. So it's been a really quick process.
So sorry.
No.
I'm so sorry, brother. I'm grateful for you, and yeah, it's hard to find time because we all need time for our puppies who are sitting by me, and our wives and our families, and the things that are truly important. So it's hard to find that time. Now, to get to your point, because I'll go on strange tangents because I'm so tired. What did we submit?
I'd like to thank Motley Fool for sponsoring this episode.
Yo,
I've said
how you
before
gonna talk
on
about my running
ads that
gun?
looking after
Sus? Is
yourself
my running
financially
gun
gets
sus
harder
alien
and
universe?
harder with the cost of everything going
Am
up.
I really that bad?
Being a tight Scotsman, I use every method I can possible to save a little here or make the most of what I have there. Motley Fool is one way that you can definitely look to maximise your income from investments. The age of stock picking is here with towering inflation and elevating interest rates. Sticking your money in a passive market just isn't going to get you what it used to, but it doesn't mean you have to abandon the market. There are still ways to invest for the future. You just need to know where to look, which is where the Motley Fool comes in. The Motley Fool Stock Advisor Service highlights 2 stocks each and every month for members to add to their portfolios, and it literally is paid to listen to them. Historically, their average stock recommendation is up over 400% as of April 10th, 2023. And listeners of That UFO podcast can now access Motley Fool Stock Advisor for just $89 for their first year, a full $110 off the list price. What are you waiting for? Visit fool.com/thatufo. That's FOOL.com/THATUFO. To what you said about people who, 2 witnesses potentially coming on. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but when I spoke to Timbershett 2 weeks ago now, you were very kind to come on the end of that one with us at the time.
Right.
Yeah, that'll seem like a lifetime ago now, I'm sure. Timbershett mentioned trying to get someone from NASA on board to speak at the hearing. Is that something that you'll have been aware of given your involvement? And again, is that something that fell by the wayside and just never got over the line?
So I am puzzled by a few things that happened. Let's just say a few, right? I am puzzled by it. And, I'm thinking maybe I'll just post about it and talk a little bit about NASA. I understand it. We're all on the same team. I don't want to, you'll notice, besides my little memo to Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick the other day on social, I don't talk shit about people. I don't have the time. It's a waste of my time. If people can't figure it out who the bad actors are, if people can't figure it out who's got an agenda that's not about truth, I'm just asking questions. If people can't figure that out, that's not my problem. But when you talk about NASA and you're asking a specific question, do I know what went down? Yeah, to a high degree, for sure. I was, very involved with the organization of attempting to get people heard. I want to give you some off-the-cuff comments about that. Okay, so it's just off the cuff. it is puzzling to me that NASA, with an extraordinary durational amount of high fidelity, I'll say data, because it's not just visual, but it is visual. And some of it is classified and some of it is unclassified from my understanding. But let's just say high quality, high fidelity data, NASA, that they have this big thing where they say, we're going to get into this. And they have all these scientists who are on that board. And you know what I'm talking about, that public event?
Yep.
And it was like, oh my gosh, people are so mean to us. We're doing this and we're getting hate comments. And I'm like, yo, NASA, welcome to the world of weaponized extraordinary beliefs. Like, yeah, man, we do need to destigmatize it. So if you watched that presentation by NASA, which was probably months ago now, you're like, yo, like, welcome. The water is not warm. Like, the stigma is real, and you are now experiencing that, and we're not going to listen to your complaints. You have not been doing your job. You have been asleep at the wheel. And I am not talking about the people that were on that panel who are probably, some of them, righteous people who want to look at the UAP or UFO phenomenon. We need them. We need them. But just this idea that they were pushing transparency so much, and they were pushing destigmatization, if you listened, so much, but that their rejection of being part of this hearing, ooh, it might be about UFOs. Ooh, that might look bad for us scientists. You're doing it to your fucking self. What are you doing? So whoever says that, they didn't participate because of X, Y, or Z, no, they're wrong. That was pure stigma. But also tell you something else. That NASA panel does not have access to anything classified.
Yeah.
So what are they doing? Looking at TikTok videos? Now, they have high fidelity, high quality data and information. But if you keep that classified, or if you repurpose satellites from NASA to look at the UFO phenomenon with specific algorithms that will help clarify, so you don't have to look through everything, even if you use that on the historical stuff NASA has, oh my gosh, you got everything right there. So this idea that NASA didn't participate, I'm glad. They're not ready. They're like Karate Kid at the beginning. Like, wax on, wax off, go clean some cars. You better get yourself ready if you want to participate on something like that opportunity that was just created. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I had Dr. Nadia Drake on, who's part of that panel, and her father's Francis Drake equation fame.
Dude, he taught it where I taught jiu-jitsu and went to college, UC Santa Cruz. Yeah. Professor Drake, man, he was there. That's so cool.
So, and do you know what? She was lovely, and it was quite divisive an episode, because I think many folks have misunderstood what that NASA panel was originally set out to do, and it's probably going to underwhelm for a lot of folks that they've expected it to be about, let's go find the UAP videos, and it never was. It was all about how could we study if there's something there to study. And there's folks expecting this report to come out and say, here's the videos. And like you say, they never had access to it anyway. I got the feeling from Nadia, she didn't really have an interest in UFO, UAP anyway around that. And it was very much about the scientific study. And I feel there's a huge disconnect from what Bill Nelson's interest is in the subject. And it comes across as very, I'm all about UAP. He's been in briefings. We know that from his previous role.
He knows a lot more shit than those scientists do. But hold on, let me pause.
That doesn't seem to filter, though.
Let me pause you. I want you to finish, but
go.
We need the scientists. We need to encourage them to look at this. Now, a lot of them, because of the stigma, even though they're saying we shouldn't have stigma or trying to reduce it, they'll be like, "Oh, it's not really about UAP. It's about flight safety of pilots and that kind of thing." Bull fucking shit. It's about UAP. Now the question is, are you woman enough? Are you man enough to jump in there and put your egotistical, hubristic concepts that are dinosauric? Are you ready to put those aside because the evidence will teach you otherwise? And are you willing to stop being a careerist? And are you willing to look at the data that is provided to you? And are you willing to fight for the data that already exists from multiple platforms and sensor systems that, by the way, you own and operate off of our taxpayer dollars? Are you willing to do what's right? That is what those scientists at NASA should be asking themselves, without even saying the word UFO, without even saying extraterrestrial, or God forbid, the word alien or even non-human intelligence. Put all that aside. Are you willing to be a scientist, Mr. or Mrs. Scientist? That's the question.
I feel though it's a bit like if I give 20 fishermen a huge pond to fish in, and I remove all the fish and then tell them what's the best way to fish this pond, never mind what's going to be in it. They're going to come back a little bit. Well, I can give you some rough ideas, but yeah, forget the fish. They'll be there eventually. But that's what it seems it was a little bit like. And actually, some of those fishermen aren't particularly interested in fish either. That's the way it kind of came across. So
are all you're Scottish?
Yeah.
Are all Scots? Is that how you say all Scots?
Yeah.
Are all Scots as good at like parables and metaphors and allegories as you?
No, just me. Yeah.
Dude, I used to think like, it's so funny, man. My buddy's Greek, and this dude is a mystic. His name is Asimakis Pagidas, and he's like really one of my best friends. And he and my buddy Mikey side, and Mikey I've known since I was 3. And he used to tease me about the UFO thing because he's a Harvard-educated, read the classics kind of guy, you know. No, but he's just taking the piss out of me. He's super funny. But these guys are so extraordinary. I used to think like all Greeks must be like my friend. Like all of them must be like my friend, like some mystic guy, right?
He does have a cool voice.
Turns out, no, he's just a weirdo. So maybe you're just a weirdo.
I'd like to thank Liquid IV for sponsoring this episode. Folks, you've heard me bang on about my own health and fitness journey the last year or so, and how it's true that by looking after yourself, you just feel better. Staying hydrated is key to having the energy to get through your daily routine feeling good. That's where Liquid IV is the category-winning Pina Colada and Tropical Punch among some of the B12 and vitamin. That's 20%. I'll be saying, shut up, you guys, and get on with it. There's a lot to talk about, and you mentioned
I'll answer directly. What do you want? Let's go.
We're going right back to your statements because we sidetracked from it. So what is the importance of you and George Knapp submitting statements? What was the crux of what those statements said, and why are they there?
Sure. So what I tried to do was I tried to provide an estimate of the situation from the best of my knowledge, where I'm standing right now, what I think to be true, what I know is true, and what we should be aiming for, and a warning if you read the last of it. So what I tried to do was encapsulate what the public is wondering, thinking, and knowing, and try to put that in a form that anybody can read throughout history and say, in 2023, without getting into any specific cases, I would like to just say this is where a lot of us are at. That's what I did. George Knapp, he broke it down. He got as specific as was proper in a congressional submission that is going onto congressional record. And he talked about OSAP. He talked about the term ATIP. He talked about his relationship with Harry Reid, if I recall all this right. He really tried to throw down, and very specifically, he tried to say, this ain't new. I broke the story a long time ago. There was another government with classified documents that I smuggled out of Russia that basically said UFOs are real. We've been studying, and by the way, we know you're studying. We know how many satellites you got in America back in, this is like the 90s, I believe. What was it, 90s? We know what you've been doing. We know about Roswell. We know about all of this. And so he brought those classified documents back to the United States during Glasnost and Perestroika, when the country was falling as we know it, and there was a sense of openness and optimism. So he put all that in his congressional statement to kind of highlight and pinpoint, this is not new. We are not the only government that's been doing this generationally. This is important, and there you go. So yeah, look, man, there were 5 witnesses there, and George and I were two of them, and we did our best to present that in a historic form where people could absorb it, take it, run with it, report on it, dig into it. That's what we did, and I'm real honored that we were in the position to be able to even sit there. I can't believe people let me into rooms a lot of the time. You know, I'm like the Inspector Clouseau of UFOs, man. I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm doing my best, and that's the best I can do. So that was a cool thing. That's what we dropped. Those were the statements.
I think a lot of folks just assume, Jeremy, you turn up and just manage to get their front row. But I think the what you gave us earlier, that context behind it, makes a lot of sense. And also the placement of Chuck and how difficult that was for him to... I'm saying Chuck, I don't know the guy, Mr. McCullough.
Yeah.
He worked hard enough to deserve that respect.
Chuck.
You mentioned something I was going to ask later, but you've kind of brought it up, so let's just jump all over. Foreign governments, and particularly adversarial governments as they are at the moment, do you know at all, are they being asked in press settings about any of what's going on right now in the US? We see on the news bites that I see on social media, the White House, and they have their press call, and the guys will put their hand up and say what's happening. Tim Burchett's been all over the news. Anna Paulina Luna's been all over the news. All kinds of politicians have. It's big news in the United States. It was for a few weeks, and it still is now. Is there no... China, famously very secretive. Russia has a lot on its plate currently. But are they not asking, you know, the guys in the US are talking about UFOs right now. What do we know about these? Or is that just not on the radar as far as you're aware?
Yeah, I need, as a journalist, to walk a really fine line right here. But here's the deal. They're hyper aware. And as you know that I have spoken with people in Canadian government, because I could directly report they're highly aware of the Five Eyes Alliance and the Five Eyes Foreign Materials Program, and that I didn't pull that out of thin air, right? So I can attest to you that I've spoken with people in positions to make a difference in Canada. What the farthest I can go right now is saying within the allied nations that, oh, yeah, like they're aware. Like there are policymakers who call me and want to know, is this thing something we should model or follow after? I mean, it's just an opinion from a bearded guy with four names, right? This is just an opinion. But I'm happy to give other government individuals who have position to influence the level of transparency regarding the UFO presence on planet Earth that is ubiquitous around the globe, durationally, generationally, which has an uptick, which has an increased frequency, not just because our sensor systems are better, but because there actually is. I am happy to provide an informed opinion on how they can replicate what we're doing here in the US. But you have to understand, the country you're sitting in right now, the UK, there is a much bigger stigma.
Yeah, huge.
Socially. And you know that. But people, I think in our country, in the US, they need to know that. So there are some things which are share with Five Eyes. There's some things that are no share, with anybody. So other countries are looking with bated breath. They are watching this to see, one, are we going to get caught with our pants down? We don't want to lose trust from our citizens. And you saw that in that actual letter from Larry Maguire, MP in Canada. Just read it. He's saying we should get ahead of this because we don't want to lose trust with our people, with our countrymen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of nations are feeling that way because they realize that shit is coming out. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is people don't want to be excluded and they don't like being lied to. And there's been a lot of that. So we got to get to a ground zero on, are UFOs real? Are we doing reverse engineering on them? Has that been occurring for a long time? Has that been hidden from public and other government institutions? And if so, has it been illegal? And if that's true, what would change? My dad used to say something. He used to say, don't be surprised when people act in character. And that works for governments too. So if there's something that's been done illegally before, do you think that's going to stop now? The censorship, the pressure. You know what everybody wants? Everybody wants for Dave Grush to be slaughtered. These people involved want Dave Grush slaughtered, because if he's slaughtered, then all the people, the legions of people lined up to tell you what's up, they'll take that message and they'll run away. So everybody's watching right now. How is David Grush, as an American patriot who is a whistleblower, how is he being treated? What's going to happen to him? And he knows that. He knows he's on the line, but he is a symbol. What we did was a symbol. It was permission. It gave permission to people holding one of the biggest secrets of human existence, gave him permission if David Grush is handled with respect and honor, and they look into what he said and try to verify or try to disprove what he said.
And from 100 different directions. I think people maybe don't understand. I listen to a lot of radio, and just the tone of a newsreader and the way one single question is asked, just the inflection they put on the final word can really make or break how a story is perceived by the listener. And I think especially in an audio format, and that's why I'm such a big podcast fan, it's a much more powerful medium, I think, still than TV. David Grush was on BBC 4 World News last night along with Chuck McCullough, although you may not know that given how short the piece was. It was about 4 minutes long. The newsreader, I felt, came across a little bit derisory, a little bit of hesitancy, lack of knowledge, lack of context. I imagine the questions were given to them by a producer who's gone and researched it very quickly. Sure. Why do you think, and how do we get to the point, before we get back to hearings and stuff, that a David Grush, given his impeccable credentials, which he has, starts to be taken seriously by that sort of mainstream media? I mean, Jeremy, I've never been to Canada, but I've seen enough and know that it exists because enough people have told me, and I've seen enough about it.
So what is the specific question? Because I have 100 things running through my mind to tell you.
So, like, an organisation like the BBC gets to speak to a David Grush and his lawyer. They spend 4 minutes asking him not very much, and it still comes across rather mockingly and derisory. And I think a million people hearing that, I think, turn that off and say, well, nothing to this, and move on. How does that change?
Yeah, that's a shame. But so let's talk about that on a few levels. First of all, David Grush is not running around trying to make a living off the UFO thing. Like, quite the opposite. Like, he's trying to be strategic in, here's what I know, how do we get that forward within government in the appropriate ways, but also to the American people. That's what a whistleblower is, right? So probably I'm going to say probably, but like, I talk to them all the time. Like, obviously they think BBC is like a big deal. Well, sure, that's great. Yep. That's great. But if they don't know, like you're saying, and that's unfortunate, I haven't heard it, haven't been able to hear that, but don't blame the BBC. Don't blame the producer. Don't blame the anchor or whatever you call it on radio. Like, everybody is catching up. It's like that movie Don't Look Up, and all of a sudden people can see it now, right? The object in the sky, if you know that movie.
Yep.
So we have to be kind of very patient if we've been into this and, been on the news and in the news and making the news and trying to decipher it. We have to be really patient with people, because everybody most people are doing the best they can do. That is so unfortunate to hear that the BBC didn't have good questions, because you give me 30 seconds to ask Dave Grush questions publicly, like me and George Knapp. Oh, you're going to learn more in that 30 seconds than you have since you've heard his name, because I know what I can ask, what he can answer. And, George and I have vetted him before anybody. We know for a fact that he is who he says he is, that he did what he said he did, that he saw and heard and has certain types of direct firsthand knowledge that he did. So I don't know, to answer that question, just be patient with everybody. Everybody's catching up. These producers have the hardest job on planet Earth. I know because they call and text all the time. Man, they're trying to throw stuff together in real time, and there's stuff breaking all the time. So I hope that answers your question. Just have patience with everybody and every opinion, unless they start lying to you, unless they publicly try to harass people for a false agenda, and unless they are pushing something they know is incorrect just to get attention. Those people I have no time for. Done. Because this is too important to fuck around.
I think I've been pleasant and nice for long enough on this interview, Jeremy, and I said to you I do my very best to be positive. This is a huge win for the UFO topic, the UFO community, for folks like George Knapp who have gone back 30, 40 years on this topic, Ross Coulthart, Bryce Abel, Jeremy Corbell, and all the others who have done a lot of work. I've got a concern coming out of the hearing, and you can address this for me. I'm a David Grush, and I sit there and I tell people live on TV that I have given the names and locations of basically where the spacecraft are, the crashed craft and materials, the biologics to the IG, and they can go and find this stuff. Now, I've given names and locations. At that point, do those locations not have the time to then move that material? Surely by the time anyone gets there, it's gone. And I would imagine the power that these folks have, they would find out that they're being come after well before David Grush even makes that statement live on TV. Is that fair? That is all for part 1. Part 2 will be out in the next couple of days. You can listen to this episode already in full, ad-free, and with no sponsors for less than the price of a coffee. If you head on over to Patreon or Apple, you can subscribe to...
Oh, that was clever. Oh, that was clever. Dag nabbit. Ladies and gentlemen, that will be the end. That's it, the end for today. I just wanted to kind of go over that because I was being blown up in the chat about it, and I figured, you know what, I'm going to watch it anyway. I'm going to listen to it anyway, so why not do it together? That was good. I feel unfulfilled, but there's a part 2 coming out, and guess what? When it comes out, we're going to be watching it. So in the meantime, I got to go, everybody. There's so much I got to do. I've had to push the show back already, so I got so many things to do. I'm so sorry. I love you guys. I appreciate you being here. Derek, I know you don't want the shout out, but thank you for the donation. And again, everybody, I'm going to post my link in the chat. If you would like to support the show, by all means, please do so right here through my GoFundMe. You can check me out. I will put the GoFundMe in the description of these videos from now on YouTube, so you can, if you want to, you can check that out. But again, thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate you. And with that, everyone, I'm going to head out. I'll catch you tomorrow. I will be here at 12 p.m. Eastern time. So regular time tomorrow. Today was an exception. Regular time tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern. Check me out. We'll be here talking about aliens, y'all. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for your time. And thank you for listening to my rant. I got a little crazy. You know. David Grush. Yeah, I did. It was trash. The BBC radio was a disaster. It was terrible. Call me on that, Derek. Like I said, everybody, I appreciate you. I seriously do love you guys. I love being here with you. I love talking to you. I love having these conversations and having fun right here. So, I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Dr. Doors out. Peace.